Good. All right, and I shall let the hordes in mid all. There are 5 people. All right, everyone's in. We're good to go.
All right. Well, good morning and welcome to day 2, everybody. ASP welcomes you back to day 2 of the Images of Distinctions round 1. We hope you enjoyed yesterday and are ready for another full day of learning. 844 images will receive discussion today. We have 4 commentary panels, and the full day's recordings for each panel will be available to view on the ASP website under Zoom recordings. The audio discussions of each image will also be available on printcompetition.com in your images. So if you have the premium version, you will be able to hear those commentaries to each of your images. We cannot thank Jeff Burton enough for his support of this event and the tweaks he's made to continually make the software better and in order to make the best experience for our viewers and our workers. So let's meet the jurors and the panel crew, starting with your jurors.
Good morning. My name is Bob Hawkins. I'm from Newton, Iowa.
Good morning, everyone. Rick Avalos from Pueblo, Colorado.
Keith Howe from North Platte, Nebraska.
And then our crew. I am Mel Carl from Valencia, California.
And I'm Danica Burrow from Grove City, Ohio.
Okay, so we will break for lunch approximately around 12:30 Eastern time today, and we hope to be finishing the commentaries no later than 5:30 Eastern time. Don't forget the awards ceremony for IOD round 1 is on April 23rd at 8 p.m. So with that, we're going to begin the discussions. So let's move this screen over. This to here, and here we go. And the first image will be Close Catch, and it scored a 79.
I'll just kick this off. I think this is a really interesting capture of the bird to start with. It takes a second to look at it and kind of see what I'm looking at. And I think for it to go on up into the next level above 79, I would want to see some sort of presentation around the image and perhaps just a little more detail in the whites of the image. One of you boys want to go next? Something quick?
Yeah. You know, in addition, I think cropping could help this. We've got quite a bit of real estate from half down. So I'm just thinking maybe if we came up about a third from the bottom, just to maybe slenderize the image. And, you know, I'm not sure if this is a raw out of camera file or if it's was one of the other categories, but if there's any space to the right, might be beneficial to allow that to be seen as well.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Give us a little more space on the right if you could. When you start working in the feathers on a bird like this, a lot of times if you can bring the shadows in, it'll give you that detail in the whites without making the whites get muddy. So that's a hint that might help bring the detail there.
Okay, thanks. Danica, we're doing raw images at first, are we not?
You know what? It doesn't tell me the category, but I think from the
Yes.
looks of these, most likely they are because none of them have presentations.
Yes,
Okay.
these are all raw.
Let us know when we switch from that if you can.
So
Yeah.
obviously presentation, you can't add in a raw.
Right.
Okay, next image is Precision. Come on. There we
Keith?
go. 86.
It's a beautiful image. The way they're lined up there, great title for this particular situation. I think you really nailed the exposure for a raw file in there. If you were going to work this as, you know, having post-production, I would make it a little contrastier and a little richer in the whites.
Okay. I have nothing else to add.
Yeah, I agree totally with what's been said.
Okay, next image, Solitary Sentinel, and it scored an 88.
Yeah, if I could take this one, please. I was on the panel when this came up, and boy, I'll tell you, there's just so much going for this image. We were using words like haunting and dramatic, uh, ethereal, which this image has. And as a raw image, man, I'm really taken by it because of the potential that I see in this image in post. I think that the exposure was handled well. We've got a really nice silhouette of the tree, and then the suggestion of the reflection in the water that just adds a lot of drama to the image. I was really appreciating this image.
I expressed concern during the judging that the focus might be ahead of the tree, more up around these ripples. That, of course, may not be the truth, but that was a concern that I had. Keith, anything?
Yeah, I had that same feeling. The other concern I had is you've got these shutter drag to create that ethereal feel around the base of the tree, but we didn't get any wave action up here in these ripples in the foreground that left it a little bit of a distraction for me. I'd like to see those softened out more if you're doing post.
Good image to view. Next.
Into the Woods scored a 78.
Rick?
Yeah, it's a really interesting image. I do like the fact that we're led in to a vanishing point or converging lines that draw us into the image. It's a little interesting to see those bands that on left and right. I think that the image is just a little bit weak in exposure, and maybe it's because that's my perception because of the lines that are, especially on camera left, that are kind of breaking up the light.
Anything to add, Keith?
Yeah, I was going to say I'm feeling the weakness in the exposure as well, but also I have no idea how you did this for sure, but it appears to be a zoom, push-pull zoom during the exposure, and it looks like the center of the lens did not line up on the dark area or the tunneling effect of the trees back there. And so it's a little distracting that the streaking centers a little off low and right of where my eye wants to land within the image.
Good comments. Next image.
Grandma's Blue Eyes scored a 77.
I can take this one too.
Okay, go ahead.
To me, this is one of those situations, I know we're working in RAW, but the choice of the color balance in camera left us very cool. I know we're probably working in a shaded light area and that kind of thing, but that's one of the settings on your camera. You can change that color balance and bring that down, down or warmer, whatever you want to call it, and also maybe bring your contrast level up just a little bit in there.
Yeah, if I could comment too, I'm going to be going back in time here, years and years ago, but subtractive lighting I think would be helpful here. We've got, a bit of a ratio, but in my opinion, we would want a little stronger ratio. And a gentleman that we all may know is Leon Kennemer was the one that really talked about subtractive lighting. So yeah, right?
Yep.
But he was an expert at that, creating ratios of light for subjects. Also, it'd be easy to do in post, but the label on the shirt pocket is a big distraction too.
Yeah, great looking model, and brings out has to be one of his strongest features, those striking blue eyes. So you're on the right track. You just need to follow some of those thoughts that the men shared with you.
For anybody that doesn't know subtractive lighting, a simple trick is just take a black umbrella and hold it over to force that light to come in from the side a little bit more.
Good thought. Next.
Inner Light scored a 79.
79, it's close in there. It's really intriguing to me to see these colorful fish. I don't know exactly what we're looking at here besides the fish. And you know, the exposure back inside is weak, and so it tends to make the shadows look a little bit muddy, and this is a very difficult task to find the right exposure, but it could use a little bit of brightness. Anybody else?
That was going to be my thought also, is just, pop that exposure just a little bit more.
It's got a nice command to look, you know, you can't not look at that orange fish.
I was just going to say this subject itself is tremendous. I mean, if you have other opportunities to work with that subject in a little different environment, I'd certainly explore that possibility.
I was
Okay,
going to say, I think in camera, this composition's pretty nice.
Yeah.
I agree. Next.
The Tiny Thief scored an 83.
I can take this one.
Okay, thanks, Keith.
This is one of those situations where, a beautiful subject matter choice, depth of field is handled really nicely. The thing that I think could have benefited this image is a longer lens choice. I know these things in nature pop up, and you got to take them when you get them. But when we're looking at it this way, there's a lot of extra space to camera left, and that brightness over there of the different plants that are out of focus wants to pull your eye away from the power that is setting over here in this other area. So even maybe a vertical composition, flipping that camera vertical might have helped to narrow it down and hold that attention better.
That's a really good point, because I'm doing a little hand cropping here. And if we did that in post anyway, that foliage immediately behind the bird can easily be taken out. And then we've got a really soft background that doesn't compete.
Yeah, I
I
agree.
I remember one of the judges made comments about the out of focus foreground foliage in front of the cactus down here too.
Right.
I have a little concern about the white balance issue. It just appears to me that you know, the bird kind of takes on a green cast, and you know, obviously surrounded all by that green, you know, would lend itself to that, but it might be a better white balance might straighten that out a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Next.
Next image, Splish Splash scored an 86.
I remember when this came through, and we were all kind of smitten with this image because it's not something that most of us see every day, or I really wouldn't even know how to do it. But it's so fascinating to look at, and all the elements, and this whole image must have occurred in a split second, and to be able to capture it was really good. There was some concern about the bright light coming from camera right, that if that background had been perhaps less bright in that corner, that might have worked in the image's favor.
Yeah, and in the horizon, both camera left and camera right, I'm seeing what appears to be sensor dust or just dark circular shadows. Are you guys seeing those?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So
The
just
only other thing I would add, and I really liked this image when it come through and stuff, but there was comments about the feeling of softness in the foreground parts of the splashes. Oh, so maybe your depth of field could have been opened up just or closed down, if you want to think of it that way, a little bit more to be able to hold that sharp from front to back.
Good comments. Nice image. Mel?
To the Point scored an 82.
Well, on this particular image, I was super impressed with using the circles of confusion in the bokeh back there to pull that or really focus the attention in on that droplet. The only thing, again, I would like to have seen maybe a little bit more depth of field in it, because the blade of, I'm going to assume grass or whatever coming up to the droplet is soft in places on the back edges, and the drop itself feels soft around the bottom side of it.
Anything,
Yeah, I don't have anything else.
anything, Rick?
No.
Okay, said it all. Thank you.
Yeah.
Smoking weed, 79.
Yeah, this is a delightful image. You know, there's obviously some impact with the title, and it draws a viewer's attention. I kind of feel that the exposure is just a little bit weak. You know, I'm not seeing a whole lot of detail or texture on the stock. Um, and then on the top of the guy's head, you know, where it's just a little bright. But I think the biggest thing for me is the background and how commanding it is for attention. So, you know, either finding a way to longer lens and a wider aperture to really take that out of focus, or try to work from a different angle or from a different location altogether.
I was gonna say, what I was looking at is composition. If we come down to the bottom, the edge of the frame is actually touching or cutting off the fingers. I know they're kind of wrapped around that log, but that's, right at the edge. So if we could have just dropped the camera tilt a little bit more to give that and maybe lose a little off the top, and then shift the camera to camera left a little more. I think all that brightness over in the upper right hand corner is a huge part of that distraction. And I have no idea what the actual scene is, but it feels to me like if you turned a couple of 3 degrees to camera left, that diagonal line from the log or whatever coming down to his head would have still been there and let it in. But if you notice how the upper left, the greens are so much darker already, I think that would have helped control that distraction too.
I think that, we all are accustomed to what we can do in post-production now, and, take a shot and say, well, I'll finish it later. And what I like about this category is that, you need to fix it, do your cropping and do it in the lens and do the other things that were suggested to get it right in the camera the first time. And I think that's a good lesson to learn with all the photography that we do.
You know, that's really a good point, Bob, because I remember back in the day, our teachers would tell us, get it on the negative.
Yep.
And now get it on the file, I guess is what you would say.
Yeah. Well, it can only improve the final result if you get it as right as you can from the
Absolutely.
start. Okay, Mel.
A serious matter, 79.
Well, obviously with this, the exposure looks pretty nice. It looks like it could even take a little bit more. The cropping is an issue, and this is where, going back to what I just commented, this image could have been so much stronger to crop from the camera as opposed to waiting to crop in post-production.
That's what I was going to say. Cropping is a huge thing here. It's, a foot or two closer to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, zoom the lens. Everybody uses zoom lenses.
Yeah, that's true.
And I call it accessorizing, whatever you want to call it. But in terms of the set itself, it's obvious we've got this cube that the cats are sitting on, and the blanket or rug or whatever. And I think to add a little bit of I don't know what the best term would be, grace, something a little more nicer for them to be whether it's a chair or whether it's a basket or something like that.
Tables.
Tables, yeah, because we have these strong angular lines against these beautiful curved bodies of these cats, and there's just a bit of a disconnect, I guess.
Okay, Mel.
It's not your move, 77.
First of all, the choice of title is obvious. And, if you've ever been around some cranky old men about our ages, you could just imagine how they're saying that. The cropping would be nice to get rid of some of the extra things around, but then you further cut into your hands. Part of me wonders if there's a way to really improve this very much from where it is, or we just love it where it is.
I was going to say lighting direction would help this one. I don't think looking at the scene that it's actually available light. Oh, it might be, but we're looking at pretty flat light on our subject. And when I look at the shadows on, like from his hands and the other player's hands, where light direction's coming from naturally, I just feel like if you could get that light a little bit farther around, one direction or the other, you'd create more three-dimensionality within the scene. And I know we want narrow depth of field to, keep the background interest there, but control it and throw it out. But if you look at the player's hand down here, it's out of focus. It's the focus starts at his watch and goes back. Um, and so I would just shift it slightly forward, and I think that could have helped too.
Yeah.
The expressive model.
Yeah.
You go back to that well a couple more times. Mel.
Time to go, 79.
Such a simple image. And here's a good example of cropping it in the camera and getting close to tell the story. And to be able to see this and get it photographed before the least little piece of breeze came along and took it out, I think was really amazing. And I think this image could be finished up in post-production to sparkle in a way that might be considerable for an 80+ score.
Yeah, I
Yes.
agree. Go ahead, Keith.
I was going to say, I agree with that. What I really like is those inner seed pods, whatever we want to call them. And when I first looked at this, I was impressed with the way they streak out a little bit. And I almost wanted to say maybe a different title instead of Time to Go, shift it to something like Nature's Fireworks. And it would explain that super shallow depth of field, giving that feel, as opposed to Time to Go wants to give me a little more detail than what I was seeing in focus here.
Hmm.
I definitely believe that there's potential for this in post as well. As it sits, this is one of those exceptions, if you will, because we tend to kind of shy away from bullseye composition, but I think this would be a really good candidate for a bullseye composition and maybe a square cropping.
Yeah, I agree.
Yep.
Next.
Chipping
Keith.
away, 82.
I was talking, Mel. What's the title?
Chipping away.
Okay.
Really interesting concept here, using the foam heads, mannequin heads versus the regular mannequin head that's showing some age and stuff. I think having the foresight to put the teardrop in, because again, we're looking at the raw file, so I know it's not a post add addition, but the light direction coming across it, giving us all that depth, the different genders of the foam heads wrapping around, that pulls you kind of like a background crowd, but it really pulls you into that main image.
It really is a
Go ahead,
haunting.
Rick.
It really is a haunting statement, and this is one of those images where you can read a lot into it and still appreciate, obviously, the exercise that the maker was producing. But I think the lighting was handled really well too, because you look through on the main subject, and we've got this really nice directional lighting and a high ratio, and then in the background as it drifts off, we've got kicker lights, the one in the middle and the back that separates it from the rest. And so I just think there was a lot of thought that went into this, and well executed.
I'm intrigued by the emotion that it generates in me. I find I'm sitting here looking at this gal with the cracked head and a tear on her face, and I start feeling sorry for her. And obviously, she can't feel sorry for me back.
Yeah.
Mel?
Good point.
Wall to wall chaos, 83.
I have seen these kind of things, and this is an awesome image that it's one of those in my mind that you don't have to have a exact center of interest. It's the overall image is the center of interest. Um, and it just amazes me every time you see the snow geese come in like that. It's powerful image. I think exposure's been handled very well.
Anything, Rick?
You know, we've got bird to bird, left to right, top to almost bottom. Maybe zooming in or you know, coming a little closer. Just to me, there's a band of uh, ground at the very bottom that's taken up just a slightest bit of space. But you know, something like this, we just fill the entire frame with the birds. And is that making any sense? Do you see that band I'm talking about at the very?
Yes.
Yeah. That would be my thought.
It's interesting. I think there's almost no way to do this image wrong. And you know, it may not appeal to everybody, make for a great crossword or a jigsaw puzzle, you know, when it was all said and done, but it's really quite fascinating to see.
I was gonna say it, you know, we're looking at a raw file here, and I'd, you know, love to say crop in a little bit more or something like that. But as I'm sitting here looking at this, I've found 2, maybe 3 different crops that would give me a super strong image, picking out certain birds to make them the center of interest.
Next.
Flyby 78.
This particular one, you know, in a raw file, I think the exposure is just a little bit hot. You could have brought it down a little bit, given a little more impact that direction, given more texture in those feathers, that kind of thing. But overall, light direction on it's pretty nice. Everything's going good you know, for me that way. When I look at bird photography, a lot of times you want to be on their level instead of looking straight up at them or something that direction. I think that gives a more dynamic feel to it. So for what we've got here, exposure is what I could see to help it.
Agreed. Next.
Gentlemen, give me 1 second. This is the flyby was the last image in the raw category, and you're now switching to reportage.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, Windswept Thrills 83.
Yeah, I like this one. And you know, first of all, I think the composition is handled well. You know, the capture, the moment of capture was just right where it needed to be. I know there was some discussion about maybe the lack of detail in the foam to the right, and the unevenness of light on the subject itself, a little brighter on his leg than his face. But I think we came to the conclusion that the surfer being in the curl there blocked some of the light, so that was kind of explained away. But I really enjoyed this image. You know, we've got the horizon line right pretty close to the third, so, and then the subject down to the third, you know, horizontal line. So I was enjoying this image.
I too
Anything-
enjoyed the image, but I'd like to have seen it in reportage. You're limited what you can do in post, but you can do dodging, burning, you know, conversions to black and white, all that kind of thing. In this particular case, I really feel like the image could have benefited from either being brought down overall and then lifting him up a little bit in exposure, or working the wave and the splash on camera right down to pull some more of the detail in the super hot highlights. But then lifting his face just a little bit brighter and adding some contrast there because of that dodging. I think that would have helped the image become stronger.
I think getting the face closer to the tone of the leg would have helped him just pop right off the page. Okay, next image.
The Winning Catch 82.
Well, this is just, you know, just amazing for what it is, you know, assuming it is the winning catch. You know, the guy's fully extended to pull it down, and looks to me like he's in really good shape. The composition, I think, is really good. It's nice and tight, so we can see the numbers on the players, and you know, we can see so much detail in it. It's hard for me to imagine it could have been captured much better.
I would agree. You know, I would maybe hint to bringing the exposure down a little bit, because some of the whites on the sleeves are just up at that super bright point. But that's part of the game, and boy, what an awesome timing.
Yeah. No, nothing more to add.
Okay, next.
In the speed zone, 81.
Okay, we're in the reportage category. Oh, so you can't go in and remove things, but just for the maker's information, we have sensor spots ahead of the car in that light green area, up in the background about the same position from camera left, and then over at camera right up near the top quarter of the way down. Those kind of things draw your eye a little bit. In reportage, you can't fix them, but if it's in another category, just be aware of that they're there.
I
Yeah, I
think
think-
the construction of the panning of the image to keep the car solid in the foreground and let the background slide by is a technique I certainly don't think I've ever perfected.
Right.
Yeah, I'd like to see the exposure brought down a little bit again on the whites on this.
Exactly my point.
Okay, next.
She flies over hurdles, 78.
Okay, I'll start in on this one. Oh, timing of the exposure is awesome here. Expression on her face, the storytelling, that works fantastic for you. The things I'm seeing that start to really draw my attention is the white lines that follow all the way around her arms, and then they go to black lines around her legs and that kind of thing. I don't know what's been going on, but it feels like a technique situation, maybe sharpening, whatever that way. And, you know, so it just draws your eye away and distracts a little bit. The other thing in reportage, if it's sharpening, so you're aware of it, it's one of the things that you can't do. So it just kind of draws my eye to that point.
In nice presentation, the expression on the model is really good. You know, her intensity looks to be there. I'm guessing she's warming up since she's still in her sweats, but just a nice capture.
Yeah.
Mel?
The Butcher, 82.
What do you think, Rick?
You know, this really has some great storytelling to it. I like the way that the butcher is framed by the meat that's hanging. Obviously, again, a great storytelling image. I kind of feel that it's just a little bit on the weak side in terms of exposure. I think we can beef that up just a little bit and then maybe pull back on the shadows on the, looks like the ribs in the foreground. You know, the presentation I think is handled well. What did it score, Mel?
82.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and you know, he's in a position posture wise, I think that really completes the story. I like the expression. Yeah, you know, to take it much further, maybe you know, we can go up on top and see those little I don't know if they're windows up there or light fixtures, and maybe just kind of take them down a little bit. But you know, we got to be careful about that, because sometimes we'll take light sources down and then they turn into the grayish, and we should have maybe not even done anything at all. But as it sits, you know, I concur with the score, with the exception of maybe bringing it down just a little bit more in density and pulling out the shadows.
I agree. It was
appreciate
the
it. Go ahead.
density. Storytelling is what I really love about this image.
I appreciate the authenticity of the model. I mean, he looks like he belongs there. Small thing where the line of the wall behind clips right across the top of his head. If the camera angle could have been a couple and maybe even a foot higher, you know, then that line would have passed above his head rather than through it. It's a small thing, but the
Right.
storytelling that goes on here is wonderful. And I especially love the open Coca-Cola bottle back there. You know, he gets tired of slicing meat, he'll go over and grab a swig of Coke, and I don't know, it just seems so real to me.
Right.
Well, part of the realness in this that I noticed on it, and nobody made any comments about, is the movement of his right hand. He's obviously sharpening on the steel there, and it's a action type of photograph, and so it gets a authenticity from that as well.
Mm-hmm. Mel?
Wet and Hungry scored an 80.
I'll go ahead and start in on this one
Thanks,
too.
Keith.
Beautiful image. You know, again, we got a little bit of the storytelling to it. This is one of those cases where exposure is maybe just a little bit off. I'm looking at the loss of detail on the fish, the underside of the fish, into the highlights there. And then when we went into presentation, there is a, for lack of better, it's probably I'm going to call it a drop shadow, but I think it's an outer glow or an inner glow. But it brings this gray darkening around your presentation onto the image and making a rectangular vignette, if you want to call it. And in this particular case, it's drawing my eye out all the time. And then the presentation itself has so much texture to it that it wants to command a certain amount of attention too. It takes away from the impact of your image.
Agreed. Mel?
Drag Racing Cowboy Style 82.
Great title. You know, the expression on the guy on the sled down here, hat raised up. I think that's interesting, that direction. Again, exposure, we're starting to lose a little bit of detail in a few of the highlights on the rider's shirt.
Yeah. I've not seen this type of an image before. I'm not really familiar with this event. But I you know, what I appreciate about it is the composition. You know, we've got the rider up on top, the gentleman that's being pulled, and they create a really strong diagonal composition, which I think is I just call it diagonally opposed composition, which is always, in my opinion, a very strong type of a composition. You know, we're seeing a little bit of lack of detail, maybe you know, in the one that's on the ground right behind his shoulders, and that may just be his what they papered with the numbers on it. But you know, everything considered, I appreciate the presentation too, because it has kind of a vintage quality to it.
Well, and the title the title really strengthens how I feel about the image too.
Yeah.
One last comment on this one. Just timing of the exposure to waiting and catching that rider in between the two Wrangler signs
Mm-hmm.
adds
Right.
to the storytelling too.
Now, you guys, maybe you can help me with this. The rider, we see the shadow of the horse on the ground to the right. Where is that shadow coming from behind him?
I have no clue.
Me either. Maybe that guy on the ground's got a really big leg up in the sunlight.
Just curious because you know, they're opposing shadows directionally.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess that's for the maker to explain.
Yeah.
Mel?
Get a Grip 86.
You know, I really like what's going on here. I love the guy's expression. It seems to me like we could benefit from having this file adjusted in the darks. If that falls within the rules, but it's just, to me, it's just so light, and I think if we could get more drama into it with the shadows, it would make the image a lot more interesting.
I agree with that. Again, optimum timing here. Of all of the animals, you only have 1 foot on the ground. It's just you see speed.
Yeah.
Hmm. You know, Donald Jack used to say, "Expression sells photographs."
Yeah.
You know, definitely here. Okay, Mel.
Car and camera, 81.
Again, a panning situation like that I think, is well handled in this particular situation. Composition, I think, is handled nicely. Color balance is good. So when you start going through all those things, it plays well together. In this particular case, I do feel like the presentation is drawing our attention to a certain extent away from what's going on by having the inner stroke being so bright. And the other thing it's telling me is we're looking for the whites. You're saying with the keystrokes, that's what's most important. And the helmet is lost the white detail.
Mm-hmm. He must be cornering notice how the tire on camera left is
Yeah.
hardly touching the ground.
Yeah, I would say it is cornering.
Wow. Nice job. I have a car like that at home. Okay, Mel.
You need to calm down, 85.
Awesome title and timing again. I do feel like it could benefit with some a little bit more density control.
Yeah, we're blocked up a little bit in the valley of the bull. But you know what I get a kick out of these kind of images is, of course, you were drawn to the main subject area, but I really enjoy going out and seeing out of the scene, the immediate scene, and seeing the supporting characters, if you will. The gentleman looking through the fence or the gate, the guys up on top, and then the guys in the top right corner, and just kind of seeing how they're involved in the image, and they're all supporting elements that really add to the quality of this image.
Well, you can
Yep.
just imagine like the 3 guys on camera, right? One of them saying, "I told you he couldn't stay on that ball." Nice job. Next image, please.
A day in the life, 81.
These slice of life pictures are sometimes almost haunting. And my first thought looking at this is that, but then when I look at the overall sharpness and crispness of the image, I just feel like it's just not got what I need to move it up into that merit category. Did you say it scored 81, Mel?
Yes, 81.
Okay. Well, I stand corrected by the other jurors.
At first when I looked at it, I questioned the sharpness on him, and yet when I lean into it, I mean, I see it, his chin whiskers and everything's there. I'm really liking the streaks in the light drawing our eye down into the scene, and almost makes me want to know, is it the chicken's life or his life? We got the pot in the background. There's more to the story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
All right.
just one last thing, if I may. I'm just sensing a little bit of a flatness of lighting, but if we look at his shoulder, we see a speculars on his shoulder, suggesting obviously the direction of light. So maybe even either scooting, the photographer scooting camera left, or turning the subject a little bit more into the light, just to get a little more specularity in direction.
I suppose capturing this is something like a wedding candid, you've got the moment to take it and makes it hard to make adjustments,
Well,
body
that's a good,
posture and the like.
yeah, that's a good point.
I do have one more comment just for people to think of, and that's when we're photographing these things, you got to get what you can get. I understand that. But at the same time, it's lens choice. If you look at the size of his right hand coming down around that chicken
Mhm.
compared to his face, it really tells you what the focal length is here.
Yeah, and a longer lens might have been nice, but there again, in the
You
heat of
can,
the moment, point and shoot.
Yep, and you wouldn't have got the overall scene.
Yeah, yeah. Good thing to notice. So let's move on.
Impending impact, 82.
this is really a unique approach to this genre of photography, um, which I appreciate. I don't know. I think we might have to consider, some different adjustments. We've got obviously the bottom plane is shadowed, so we're kind of muted. But if we can pull out a little contrast there, and then just the opposite to the plane to the right, pull out a little more detail. But overall, I just feel that again, this is an interesting um, capture of this particular genre.
And say I love this composition that you've got in here. Oh, I'd like to see maybe a little more saturation. And we're in the reportage category yet. This might be an image that really would sing in black and white.
Yeah, that'd be an interesting way to look at it. So I think some of the weakness in this image would go away in black and white.
Yeah.
Mel.
X Games, nothing but air, 82.
What did you say first with the X
X
Games?
Games, nothing but air.
Got it.
Man, if I'm flying in the air hanging onto a bicycle, I'm not smiling like he is. Wow.
I'll tell you, this particular image has such a floating feel. I mean, I know it's supposed to be X Games and that kind of stuff, but I just look at it and it raises a lot of questions to me. It's the flatness of his feet, oh, that kind of thing that just makes you really want to look at it and see why. And if he jumped off the bike, and I guess what I'm trying to say is my mind is going all around these different things, which kind of takes away from the impact of the image for me.
Yeah, and I guess that's what bothers me is the evenness level wise of his feet, because generally, man, one foot is way up and one foot is way down. But I think the biggest thing that's bothering me is the background. I don't, this is something they do outdoors, and I'm just not used to seeing a sky or I guess overcast, but um, I don't know. I'm just a little confused. Maybe you
Well,
can help.
even a cloudless or even a overcast day, the clouds have some texture to them. So I don't really know. I don't know what we're um, seeing here, but just maybe one of those rare captures that
Yep.
is what it is.
Yeah.
Okay, Mel.
Escaping the Wall of Fire, 89.
When this came through, it's an awesome, powerful image. I feel like the planes are behind the fire, as far as position wise. I do remember comments about missing the prop on the one plane versus the other, which I know it's reportage, and it's probably camera angle at the speed and how the props turn. But that's the thing that drew a couple of judges' eyes that direction. Otherwise, I think it's a really powerful image. I'd like to have seen it maybe be brought down, burned in the whole sky area and the planes. You don't want to get down into the flames where it becomes obvious that you hit the tops of those, but to give more emphasis on the planes and a richness to the image.
I felt like more depth of field to pull some sharpness in on the pyrotechnics would really help, for safety reasons. They're behind those flames to a specific distance, and that's where they have to stay. But we've kind of lost some of the effect by letting all these flames go soft. We can move on.
Steer wrestling, 78.
My first thought on this is that the presentation distracts from the image. I think that rarely would I say don't put a presentation on it, and I think you need to do that. But I think picking up something more in the middle gray tones that exist all over underneath those banners, there's plenty of other places to choose color and get away from that black, because we put black around this and everything else that's dark is just looking muddy. And and I think that is such a big piece of the image, that presentation around the outside. I just keep looking at that, and I have to force myself to go in and look at his face.
The other thing on presentation, it doesn't have to be that wide. You could get away with a 1/4 inch on that, all 4 sides.
Mhm.
Might frame it out enough for you without distracting.
And if you're going
I-
to put a pin line on it like this one has, you need to make it such that it does show all the way around without overpowering the image at the same time, which can be a trick.
And say a lot of times you want the pin line to tell us where you want us to view. In this particular case, you chose a blue, which pulls me into the background instead of your subject. Bigger issue to me is the lack of sharpness through the gentleman's face, through the shoulder of the steer, that kind of thing. And I know there's movement and stuff, but it just feels like it missed in the exposure there too.
Great expression on both the animal and the rider
Yep.
or the cowboy. Rick, anything?
Um, and I'm sure that at that particular angle, um, we're having a little bit of a dip in the horizon, dips a little bit to the left, just a little thing, but all of those add up.
Okay, it does look a little twisted when you start looking at the pipes in the background. They all seem to be kind of leaning toward
Right.
camera left. Next image, Mel.
Striking the iron, 79.
To me, this particular one, it's a interesting subject of what's going on, but I feel like the window we're looking through isn't quite big enough to tell us the story real well, or more than likely move the camera right 2 inches so that you see the story and a little less of his shoulder. Any rate, whatever we're striking the iron, the hammer's missing from the scene.
Right. I think the framing through the window is a really nice creative approach. But I agree, we need to see what the business he's engaged in, and I kind of think it's a little overrepresented.
Yeah, I would agree. Next image.
All right, and gentlemen, I'm interrupting again. That was the last image in reportage. We are now switching to portraits.
All right.
Ebony on ivory, 78.
I'll jump in on this real quick. This beautiful little kitty, he or she's just got that curiosity that you got to love about cats. The biggest issue to me is that, when we have this beautiful white background, which I give the maker credit for accomplishing that, but we're losing so much detail in that black fur that the contrast ratio just seems to be out of whack.
I would
Okay.
agree. Also, again, presentation in this particular case, I mean, it is essentially extending the white background, but your stroke is bold enough on here and tight enough to the subject that the extra white over here really makes it more bright and pulls our eye to your presentation to a certain extent. Oh, I would just like to see a narrower stroke and maybe a little more space around Kitty and a little less matte.
You know what, and uh, you guys make such a good point. And in terms of I applaud the maker for, this mixed key, low key against a high key environment. Uh, Visually and physically, when we see so much brightness, our eyes are going to adjust, and we're not going to be able to appreciate whatever little detail there is in those shadows, which is there's not a whole lot, as Bob pointed out, but with all that white, our eyes adjust, and it makes it even more difficult to see any detail.
Good points. Mel?
Walk this way, 90.
Oh, beautiful image to begin with. I'm going to start and tell you composition's wonderful. Title choice, expression on the subject, everything's working great for you that direction. If I'm going to start, you've got a 90 scored image here. It's a great image. The things I would like to have seen to make it go higher, more definition between the top of his head and the background. And almost feel like the top of his head's too white compared to all of that feather work that's been done in and around it. I feel like he's got this little island he's standing on, details as far as the base goes, but then it fades off to the sides in the foreground so that it feels like he doesn't really have enough grounding for me.
Yeah. A comment was made as well. And actually, until it was made, I didn't realize it. And then one of those things that you can't unsee. But to the left, camera left of the bird, on the background and into the matte, there's, a bit of a splattering or texturing, if you want to call it that. It's not consistent on the right side of the bird. So that caused one of the judges a little bit of distraction. I will say that I think the key line in this is well done in terms of the color and the size, because it keeps us framed in, but it color and width don't take us out of the image. So kudos to the maker for that.
I think bringing down the top of the bird's head to accomplish that separation would be a simple task, and I think it would really be helpful. I want to commend the maker for not perfecting this so much with all these wild feathers sticking out all around the bird. Would have been easy enough to go in and take that away, but it just would have looked overdone to me. I think leaving that realistic approach is really helpful. And then this thing on the floor, I just took that as molting, that the bird's dropping feathers, and that's kind of where they landed, but I may be mistaken on that. Mel?
Bath mat time lapse, 79.
Sorry, I'm soaking it in here for a minute.
Yeah. I think this is really creative, and eh, only we know what our pets' idiosyncrasies are, and the cat's there with its favorite mouse toy, and the other one's sleeping on it, and then with the two up above. So I really think that creativity wise, this is really really charts well. But I think it's the exposures on the images, especially the ones with the dark cat in it, just seem to kind of block up and not really allow us to see the character of that cat so well.
Yeah. In addition,
Go ahead.
thank you. There's, for me, just a general flatness of lighting. I just don't see any sculpting, if you will, in the lighting. And then the floor is not really, I'm assuming it's the same floor in all of these images, but for instance, the one in the very bottom middle, it has a grayish tone to it as compared to most of the others, as does the second one down from the top left. So I guess just some inconsistencies like that.
The other thing I was going to say, when you're putting something together like this, you want to make sure your cutout boxes line up. And the top left image, which really is my impact when I first come into the image, I notice right away that the image right below it, its box is a totally different width of uh, edge, if you want to think of it. And so I start paying attention to the presentation, which steals that impact away.
Yeah, that's a good point. Next.
A moment of kiddiness, 80.
Yeah, I'm very happy with this score. It's screams of simplicity. You know, cats are considered in ancient times to be kind of regal animals, and I think this kind of lends itself to that. You know, the shiny gray mat that it's sitting on is kind of something I've never seen before, but it works really well. On the downside, I think the vignette around the outside, camera left and camera right, is overpowering, unnecessary.
I was going to point into it too. You start seeing technical excellence, and we have gradient banding, probably because of the vignette. But upper left, you start seeing diagonal lines through the background
Right.
coming in, and then you come to the right-hand side. They're kind of curved, but more vertical lines coming around there.
Mhm.
And so just watch for those kind of things. A lot of times a vignette will create that gradient. Sometimes it's too many layers of saving JPEGs over each other. Will give you those issues too.
Okay, next.
Family vacation, 81.
You know, I'm a pushover when it comes to family portraits because all of us have been down that road and what a challenge they can be. And I appreciate the effort that has gone into this. You know, the individuals and their personalities are so well brought out here. You know, we start from the left with the little boy barefoot and assuming dad next to him and in his particular style, the little girl on the lap. And just, you know, we go from left to right and see all these different personalities. But we also see good composition here, in my opinion. You know, in terms of finessing it, there are some things that we can do with the ladies' legs and hands and arms. For instance, I'm presuming mom in the middle there, you know, we've got her feet crossed and her knees are kind of separated, you know, maybe bringing her knees together and then letting her feet go out to camera right so that there's a little bit more of an angle. We see kind of the clawish look of her hand on dad's knee, you know, maybe closing the fingers. Little details like that you know, can really help an image. But expression wise, and Bob, you just pointed that out earlier, ESP, that Donald Jack used to say, expression sell portraits. And man, this will sell by the boatload.
I fully agree with everything that he just brought up. A couple of additions. Once my eye sees it, I keep not being able to get away from it, and that is the woman with the white T-shirt on here. Underneath her leg is a white column coming up that is so bright back there that it's like my eye goes right in that little light trap down under her legs, and either changing position to hide that or going in and post and just taking that down so that it doesn't grab the attention. I would love to see the gentleman on camera left, that particular father, turn his legs one direction or the other so we're not foreshortening the thigh area and we're not looking straight into the knees. Same thing with the gentleman on the right. If you can not let him sit quite as deep into that chair and just shift him a little bit so we're not going right into the legs, it'll be more pleasing.
Yeah, I get the sense the guy on the right's kind of in a wrestling match over there, but those are good points. Also, you know, since we have control and have time to do it, I would tone down those boats floating back between the guy sitting on camera right and the woman to his left. Don't have to take them out, but you could just tone them down. And unless those houses are really important to people, I would take those out in the background too. It'd be really simple to do with technology today, and I don't think we need them to to define the scene.
Good points.
Mr. Mel?
Great sale.
Scorched Earth, 95.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, makes me just want to say next.
Um, first thing out, oh, composition is fantastic here. And whoever comes up with these ideas to put this stuff together, but the old tree that she's back of, when it came up, I got the feeling that she's on the cross. And you've got the tree trunk that she's standing in that kind of gives you the feeling of the flamey type of feel. Powerful, powerful image. The one thing that I started getting nitpicky when, especially when we're up in those kind of scores, above her right arm or camera left side, there is some brushwork painting brushwork that are streaking kind of upward and outward, that maybe that's supposed to try to give the feeling of flames back there, but it drew my eye immediately into that part of the background and distracted then from the rest of the image for me.
Yeah, it fired on all 12 cylinders as far as the elements are concerned, and I was really taken by this image. You know, Keith hit on so many of the great points, but man, just one of them, the color harmony itself, that is just handled so well. Lighting is strong, the composition, presentation. So many times we see a really broad mat or base, and this is just ideal as far as I'm concerned. I made the comment too about when we were evaluating this image that it just has that Cecil B. DeMille dramatic look to it.
Yeah, and it's hard to critique something that scored as strongly as this did. I did not appreciate that all that kind of paint stroke texture that's to camera left of her hand, that's out there and above her elbow, which Keith already mentioned. But along her face, above her jawline, there's something. There's like a dark, it would look like a bruise. It's not that, but just whether that's a makeup line or what, I think that could be toned down and make it a little bit stronger. Because I find that when I finally do get to her face to look at it, I want to lean in and say, what is that? What is that dark circle on her cheek? So if we're trying to improve this image, those are small things, but maybe there's some things that might work in your favor going forward.
One last comment I might have. And I mean, this is an awesome image, but when you're thinking of other images too, consider the area between her waist and her right arm. When you look at the density of the background there and the density on the other side of the arm in the background, you'll see that it's a little brighter in that area. Kind of even those out just so that it doesn't draw attention to completeness of the treatment, if you want to call it that.
Well, as a judge, I always want to tell people, don't make me look at something I don't need to see.
Excellent.
And that's kind of what we're talking about there. I don't need to look at that. Okay, Mel.
Soaring Cancer Free, 80.
Title again, please.
Soaring Cancer Free.
Thanks. I can only imagine she's celebrating the fact that her cancer is gone now. And, maybe she's always wanted to get a gun with the wind dress that was purple, and she's just going all out about that. I don't really know what her purpose is, but she looks like she has a lot of resolve.
Mm-hmm. I think the lighting is handled very, very well on the subject. This is the thing that we talk about when we want to see a sculpted lighting, nice 2/3 view of the face. I don't know what you guys might think, but is clipping the the fabric, the camera left and camera right, helpful or is it hindering? I'm debating about that.
Uh,
I'm afraid if we'd have kept it all in, we'd have just been so far from the model that we
Yeah,
wouldn't
but
be.
I guess I'm wondering then if we shouldn't have just, rather than let them flip out, just let them flow down.
I don't know. I'm seeing a storyline of possible wings taking flight. Um, is maybe what they're, I don't know. Everybody reads different things into an image.
Mhm.
The things that I saw within the image that were, I think could maybe be handled a little bit better. It was mentioned about the lighting pattern's really nice, but I feel it's a little hot on her forehead and neck area. And then probably because of the fabric, but something looks really wrong or distracting to me in my mind when I look at the size of her neck, the thickness of the neck, and then come down to what arm and stuff is showing. Proportions just seem odd to me. And again, it's the things that pull my eye away that maybe distract from the rest of the story that we're working for.
Would not take much going forward to slenderize that neck a tiny bit,
No.
and it wouldn't take a big adjustment, but that might kind of heal some of that you just described.
A lot of it's the cord that goes up her neck toward the ear.
Mm-hmm.
Bring some hair over that would probably help it.
Which you can't have any of mine.
You don't want mine.
Next, Mel.
Poetic Beauty, 86.
Again, this type of image, it's beautiful. I love the movement that's implied here. Oh, the angle to the horse, I think in this one works good because you see that kind of a trot. You get the feel of the trotting horse starting to make a turn around the photographer. I get all that. I love the flow of the mane, the flow of the hair down around the feet on this particular breed. All of that works good. I feel like the exposure's missed a little bit in holding the detail in the shadows, the dark areas, and then also kind of that mixed key field. I gather it's a foggy day or something that direction, but it feels so flat in the specularity on the face of the animal.
Yeah, the exposure was something that concerned me because if we look at the main camera right, it darn near blends into the background and not really seeing the detail that one as well as the chest of the horse. I kind of feel also that that guy might be just a little bit crowded in the cropping.
Yeah, I
And I know
agree.
this is, go ahead, Bob.
Well, I'm just saying, I agree with what you just said. I think that in an attempt to hold the detail in the whites, one of the side effects of that is we've blocked up the shadows.
I was gonna say the addition to me as I'm sitting here looking at it, and this is way down the line of importance because it took me a little while to get to that point. But the ground, the foreground area here, I can't tell for sure what is going on. It doesn't look like natural grass. It doesn't look painted, but all of a sudden my eyes all concentrating on the ground, again, losing the impact to the horse.
Good point. Next.
Waiting, 86.
Okay, this is yours, Rick.
Thank you. I'll tell you, this image just totally impactful to me, and obviously my feelings on this. The lighting is held strong. We've got the story is just fantastic. I made a comment about this that I even like the way that her finger is covering her eye, and we have like a socket there. So much could be read in this as far as waiting, waiting to go home. coming back to that socket, almost a skull type of a look to it. There's some concerns, highlights on camera, left shoulder as well as the length of the arm. But compositionally, her eyes are right across the third line coming down. For me, it was just the story that was being told here, and the way that the subject was lit to bring out all of the years of trial and tribulation, anxiety. You know, just a really well thought out image. Now on the downside, I'm not really sure that I'm thrilled with the placement of the subject on the mat. I think if we had and maybe there was a message that I missed as far as that's concerned, but I would think that if we place the subject so that it's kind of equidistant on the mat itself, but just a powerful image that evokes emotion from this viewer anyway.
I firmly agree. Storytelling, emotion, this thing's off the chart. Presentation, I agree. In this particular case, I'm not sure why or what how the presentation's adding to that statement. As far as technical excellence, he mentioned the brighter area on camera left shoulder, but there's a real crunchiness in the upper left corner to her hair, which I don't know if it's all natural or if it's part of technique and exposure, but it drew my eye up to that point. Overall, man, the story here is awesome.
Yeah, that crunchiness doesn't exist on camera right here, so you have to kind of wonder where it is. And then final thought before we move on, there's sort of a moire pattern going on down here underneath the arm on the front of the shirt. You notice on the right-hand side, sure, you don't see it, but then as you move across into that shadow area, that exists. So, going back to don't make me look at something I don't need to see, let's get in there and fix that, because I think this image has a lot of power potential.
I'm sorry, Bob.
That's all right.
You really trigger a thought in my mind. If this maker or other makers haven't, I strongly recommend that you team up with a buddy who shares your passion for photography. And I do this with my friend Jeff Johnson, and I'll send him images, he'll send me images, because sometimes we're so darn close to the forest we don't see the trees. And we'll bounce ideas off each other, or comments, suggestions, and I just find that really helpful. So hopefully that would be something that makers would consider.
Yeah, I once heard that it takes two people to make a competition print, one to make the print and one to hit you over the head with a hammer when it's ready.
Yep.
Okay, Mel. Any title or any?
Beach Run.
What was that?
Beach Run.
Okay, score?
Score?
77.
Okay. I think 77 is right about where this goes, the way it's presented to us. The exuberance in the dog is really cool. I just would love to see the exposure on our side of this dog, such that we can see the detail and the expression better, and see if that might launch this into a little bit higher score.
Yeah, and I was concerned too with the horizon line cutting right across the body of the dog. And then, these little things, I realized that what's those little dots by the paw, or what's being kicked up, probably sand or something like that that's catching the light. But I think it'd be worth just taking those out.
Agreed.
I fully agree with that. And in the foreground, I feel like maybe they're already laying down on the ground trying to get that horizon down. But if at all possible, find a spot where you could get lower. And, if you're going to go for this density level, go clear to the silhouette.
Yep.
If you're going to try to give us detail, we got to see the detail. But the mid zone, just really leaves you kind of feeling weak.
That's a great point. Great point. Next image.
Ooh, baby, baby, 80.
I think
Simple.
this,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think this is a beautiful rendition of the maternity. Oh, I would like to, say the light direction coming across her face is incredible. But yet when I come down her body, part of it's probably her arm, but I don't get that same light direction from camera left sculpting on the body. I get the kicker light coming across the body over here. So in this particular case, to make it go even stronger, just twist her body slightly more to camera right so we get more of the maternity uh, outlined by your lighting, and still keep the face turned back into our light up here so you're really working the S curves of the body and telling the story of the maternity.
Yeah. Yeah. The old rule of portraiture, tilt, twist, and turn. Small turn would have made a big difference on that lighting you just described.
Right. And as Don Blair used to say, if it bends, bend it.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, and I want to go back to where I started. This is so simple. The presentation is spot on for what we need. It's just there. It doesn't really draw from us. And to resist the temptation to pick up that black off the top and put it around the outside, which it would have just been overwhelming for this picture. We're talking little subtle differences to get it in another point or two, but it's just really pretty, and it's comfortable to look at. Next image, please.
Danger Kitty, 81.
Great expression on this cat and title to go with it. If I was going to try to make suggestions to bump this up a little more, I would say give me a little more detail on the bottom of the image so that you feel what the cat is sitting on. The other thing is I'm going to presentation, and your key line or whatever shows up on the bottom much better than it does on the sides or the top. So I don't know if that's a bevel emboss type situation in your mat, whatever's going on there, but balance that out a little bit more so that I'm feeling weak on detail at the bottom. Then I hit that solid line of your keystroke, and again pulls my attention to that. So those are just what I was seeing quickly.
Good points. Next image.
Love Heart, 80.
It's a pretty use of two women with beautiful skin tones. They've probably retouched these a little bit beyond necessary, but for the effect, to give us all that smoothness and tenderness that's being shown in the image. They've managed the two skin tones and the details that go along with it, in the darkest of dark and in the lightest of light, and managed it real well. So I think the 80 really works. I think for this to go higher, probably a different costuming would be better, because it's so distracting from what's really pretty in the image, above the elbows.
I would agree with that, all of those points, and I would like to see a little bit presentation on this particular image. Some images can get away with that full bleed type of look, like you would see in canvas wraps, that kind of thing. But in this particular case, I just feel like I either need a little bit of a definition to the edges to frame it out and hold you in, or if we're going to give that flow to it, maybe give it a little more space.
Yeah. The background, I think color-wise, complements the subjects. But there's really good, strong lighting coming in from camera left, on the subject camera right. And there's, of course, the lightness of the face of the subject camera left would stand out against the background. So where I'm going with this is that area just between them and above their arms is just a little bit bright. So we could afford to take the background down a little bit more, and we'd still have good separation because of the kicker light on the gal right and the light skin of the gal left.
This is kind of a nice example of just good classic portraiture, that managing the two different faces going two different directions and lighting them both as well as can be. I mean, I'm not sure how you would do it better. And
Right.
so, you know, hats off to the maker for putting this together.
And one other thing I was going to point out is the hands, considering when you get hands up by the faces like that, how gracefully they're handled here compared to what I see a lot of times. It's just a positive.
Big Daddy'd be proud.
Yep.
Mhm.
Next image.
Arctic Gaze, 83.
Okay. The things that I see here is it has an overall mushy feel to the full image. I think it could have really benefited with a hint of contrast being added into it, not losing the detail in the blacks, but just richening it up just a little bit more.
Yeah, and I think what really helps this image, I mean, it's so sharp, and the character of the dog is certainly executed well. I really like the way that the scene was handled. The background, it almost looks like a studio painted background. So I kudos to the maker for that. And we've got really nice framing, top corner right and down the side, as well as the top left and down that side. So I think in terms of the setting itself was handled really well.
I would like to have seen the vignetting on the bottom below the feet pulled down a little bit. I don't mind it on the sides. To me, it kind of adds to everything we just talked about. But I would like it maybe just a little bit lighter down below. But you know, this dog's looking right through you. And nice job.
I mentioned it on one of the other images, but look at the details in between things when you start working your image. Between the two front legs, the background is a lighter color than it is on the outside of those legs.
Mm-hmm. And really up near where the legs come together on the back, you know, it's starting to go a little bit bright up there too. And those could be handled in post-production quite easily.
And this is a nitpicky little thing, but in post, while you're looking at it, there is a diagonal line in the background of the image from the upper left, almost the corner, coming right down to the mid leg, rear leg of the
Mhm.
dog. And if you see those, just break those up.
And
Well,
I think it's okay to say, you know, we're being a little nitpicky because
Oh yeah.
those things add up, and you know, from an 83, you know, you might be looking into the next category or sometimes beyond.
Yeah, and I think there's another little appearance of a diagonal line starting from the dog's ear on camera left and going out of the picture up there. And again, those would be so simple to repair and
Yep.
distract. And you know, again, you get to the point where you think you're done, and advice is always to, you know, work your images and then set them aside for a couple days if you have time, and come back and open them again with fresh eyes, and you'll usually see a couple more things that you could tweak.
That or flip an image upside down and see what jumps at you.
Yeah.
Right.
I told Rick to do that once, and he sent all of his images in upside down.
And you
Next
say
now.
make the adjustments if you have time. What do you mean you have time? They're due tomorrow.
Yeah,
Okay,
but not,
next
you don't have
image.
to send them till midnight tonight.
Rhapsody, 94.
Oh man.
You know, I'll jump in on this. I just love this image. You know, this artist, he just looks so involved in what he's doing. And you know, the red in the background is so titillating. And then, you know, the little bit of movement that's in there, you know, and yet his expression is so rock solid. I mean, you can just about imagine he's the only one in the whole wide world, because in his head, you know, he's playing that music. I think this is phenomenal.
I couldn't agree more. And I'll tell you what really does it, in addition to all those other wonderful things that you mentioned, that motion. I mean, that just puts you right there with him. And then I don't know, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but look in the background. And we see these little arches, camera left and camera right, as if they're suggesting to be what the seats in a concert hall, maybe. Uh, anyway,
Good point.
that's just kind of what I read in it.
Yeah, I kind of looked into that and thought, well, that's, some of these places, they have mixed music, and maybe there's a choir, and that would be, where the choir would be positioned behind the director or something. I don't really know, but it's just gives you something else to think about.
Yeah.
One thing I would like to bring up on something like this, a lot of times I've heard people say you have to paint an image anymore to do really well. And this is a painted image. But look at the image that is the base image here. It started out with expression, light dimension, shape, everything going with it there. And then they went in and added the painting technique to work with it and increase the motion and that kind of thing. So the base image is there too. It's just a super well done image here.
Okay, Mel, we're
The
all smitten.
beauty, I'm sorry, what?
I said we're all smitten.
Yeah. The beauty of grace, 79.
Oh, this is a wonderful subject, wonderful light direction on her face. Everything's working for you there. Unfortunately, we're looking directly into her shoulder. Oh, and I've said it before, it's lens choice. And I know a lot of times, you're looking at maybe a small space or whatever, but when you use a short lens, any lens, what's closer to camera becomes bigger. But in this particular case, I'm looking at the size of that shoulder and forearm compared to her face. And the light is pulling our eye to that forearm, that shoulder joint, everything there. So twist the body a little bit to shift that back farther, and it will minimize that and maybe give us a little more bust line. Ideally, I would love to say have her body opposite of the light direction of the mane, because then you sculpt the upper body as well. But that's the shoulders, what really caught my eye first on this image.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful subject, and really so many nice things can be done. In addition, I think the attire, I mean, look at her skin tone, look at her hair, and then we look at the background and the matte, such beautiful color harmony. But we're really drawn to the pattern of the dress and the color. So maybe, a cocoa or caramel type of an attire, I think would really be helpful, especially with that beautiful hair. And I agree with the lighting, turning the body away, and then I just call it into the light, then turning your face into the light would really be helpful.
My final comment was I don't really care for the crop below the elbow. I would much rather see that crop above the elbow, and that's maybe old school of me, but I just feel like we don't need that bottom piece of the arm.
In my opinion, I think we need more old school teaching.
Well, nobody more qualified than we three. Okay, Mel.
Uh-oh, I've been spotted. 81.
Again, beautiful image, great subject matter. In this particular case, I'm going to pick on the lighting a little bit as far as how we could improve this image. It feels a little bit like a butterfly lighting, maybe slightly coming from camera right. But in this particular case, I always like to suggest that you maybe bring that main light from the side that your darkest subject is on. So in this particular case, the dog on camera left is your darker subject, and it's farther from the light source, so he's getting darker as well. So he feels like he's not an equal player within the image to me.
Yeah.
I think a separation light from above would be really useful too, to get just a little bit more a hair light, so to speak, on the animals. Separate the back of the couch as well as the heads of the animals against the background.
Good point.
you know, a lot of positive here. I mean,
Oh, heavens.
beautiful presentation, you know, for these two animals. You know, the furniture looks like it's set just right where it ought to be. And I think, Keith, you nailed it with the lighting suggestions.
I'll tell you, posing wise for him, you got a beautiful pyramid going on here.
Pyramid,
Yeah. Yeah. All right, Mel.
Grit, 80.
I'm sorry, what was the title?
Grit.
Grit.
BRITT, something like
No,
that.
grit, GRIT.
Oh, grit. Thank you.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm not real sure what technique was used on this, but you know, the lighting is dramatic. It's a little low. We can see that by the catchlight in the eye, but that, you know, I guess we could say that adds to the character, and we have a great character here. I'm not real crazy about the cropping on the bottom, you know, with the hand. I would hope we could have cropped it a little bit well underneath the hand. And then there's a softness to his hand camera left up on top, you know, that doesn't quite go with the grittiness of the face. Uh, and then in terms of the background, over his shoulder camera left, I'm just kind of seeing some diagonal type of uh, lines or creases. But that's kind of my take on it.
Well, and they also exist on camera right above the shoulder now that you look at it.
Right.
I'm seeing those lines, and I almost feel like there may be something in like a seamless paper back there. Um, Either way, I am noticing those. This is a case where presentation really is fighting us again a little bit. I mean, the subject is went on mixed keys, and maybe the presentation's helping balance that out. But I feel like the hand was already mentioned, but it's so bright on these outer edges that you know, I keep going out, then I come into the subject, then I keep going out, and I come down to the hands, instead of landing on the subject and giving us power that direction. It was mentioned about the odd smoothness of his camera left hand, but in relation to balancing your artwork, the kicker light's creating a specular grain or noise along his jawline up here by the ear that then I think fits the grit feel, but really emphasizes the hand down here.
Well, and you know, he's got grit everywhere but on his face.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that would have been better to not be held back so much and let it play more into the theme of the picture.
That's true.
Okay, Mel.
It's all in the attitude, 82.
Hard to imagine really what more you could do to this. The score, I think, is adequate for what it is. This is one of those images that most likely is never going to crawl its way up to a 95.
Right.
And 82 is a wonderful score. And, you know, there again, is this a portrait that somebody would love of their pet? I think it
Oh,
is. And
geez.
that little tongue sticking out, that dog probably does that all the time. And, you know, we've got detail down to the feet. We don't have any little boy bits showing if that's the case. And I just think this is a really well done portrait.
Yeah. You know, my only thought on this would be to have just a touch higher camera angle, because the front paws are kind of going into the pillow, if you will, of the chair. So we don't get to see, you know, all of the paw. But that would be my only thought. But you're absolutely right. The owners would just go off the wall with this one.
Keith, what do
If-
you think of the kicker light direction?
To me, I think it's working in this particular case, but it needs to be controlled a little bit. I agree with Rick's statement about camera angle. What I would love to see in this particular case is soften the kicker light down so that you keep the main light coming in from camera left. And I think that would help the dimensionality of the face, but then tone down the amount of light, use a gobo or whatever off of the chest of the dog. Right now, I come to that face and then I hit the chest and I want to stay at the chest.
Okay, good comments. Next, Mel.
Duke, 79. Duke.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead,
I'll
Chief.
g- okay. When I'm looking at this particular image, it's a nice portrait of a dog. Could it have benefited from different choice of background? The right angle kind of a frame feel in the upper left corner doesn't lead me into the image and want me to go to the dog. It keeps pulling me back to that background, and then the horizontal line above its head. I keep wanting to think of this as a Head and Shoulders. I think it would become stronger because with this particular dog, you went on a dark background for the dark fur, which makes the chest again the thing that's holding all of my attention. In this particular case, if that background would have been a lot lighter, I think the attention would have been held to the face of the dog more.
Yeah, and I think the graphic elements in the background really don't help. Plus the fact that, as I see it, it's dipping a little bit to the right, and in addition to what you mentioned about the tangent line behind the dog's head. A little over vignetted too, I think.
It's all been said.
Parasol pose. Parasol pose, 81.
I think this is really cute, especially when you get up around the face and the hands. I don't know that the body really is important to the way we judge. I think, the story is all up above, and the rest of it's just busyness that we don't need to look at.
Yeah,
I,
I think the color harmony was handled really quite well in this. And let's see, at 81, yeah, I feel that that's the right category for this image to be in. Might be just a little bright on the babe's face. In other words, we can print it down just a little bit, if I'm not confusing people with what I mean by that term.
I get it.
I would fully agree with what was just mentioned there. I get really distracted. I mean, I know we're looking down on this little baby in the baby chair and stuff, but all the marks on the floor down here,
Mhm.
really start drawing my attention to it. If you were going to try to lift this to a higher score, you got to watch all of those kind of details. And I really think cropping this would help it. It'd eliminate a lot of that particular situation. There is one issue I am seeing in here, and it might be in the background, but I think it might actually be in the file. And that is I'm getting a magenta kind of pull, almost a banding type feel, upper right corner, curving down around there. And then I get into the left, just off the paracel camera left, coming in through there. And so I'm thinking that's probably in the file. And again, it might be a vignette that was added or a gradient or whatever, but just something to look for.
Okay, next image.
Finding balance in an out of balance world, 82.
This was a fantastic image. Great title, great light direction, compositions, everything's good that direction. If I was going to try to nitpick it down to help it go higher, it's the choice of the red pants. Red's a dominant color. It pulls your eye down there. So that particular choice was be the thing that pulls me. Almost wonder what this would do in a black and white.
I think
Yeah.
it'd be strong. I
Mhm.
was a little concerned about the light flashing in on the floor down there. I know why they put it in there, but I wonder, it's kind of almost the brightest spot in the image.
True.
Yeah. That drew my attention as well. But I think placement, in terms of composition, the posturing, I mean, to me, he's obviously into what he's doing. So it really does make a statement, but I couldn't agree more. Black and white, and then toning down that right bottom corner.
Yep.
I know if I tried this, I wouldn't walk for a month.
You can't see me in this pose.
Mel,
Handsome Trouble, 79.
All right. Great subject matter. Like their little expressions, the brothers, everything pulling together that direction. The issues for me, again, black and white might help solve that, but it goes into color balance. We're so yellow in the skin tones, yellow in the background. Everything's pulling me to that, and I want to hit the shirts instead of their faces first.
Yeah. And I don't think the blue key line is really helping it out because it's such a contrast to that, to the color of the mat. I would like to see just a little bit more left and right of them because they really look like they're being squeezed into the composition.
the pose is so static too, and two little boys, that's probably to be expected, but I would wonder what else they might have to choose from that might be a little bit more workable. And also in this day and age, post-production, I would take that door lock mechanism out of the picture and let that door frame just come down bare.
Good point.
Okay, next, Mel.
Dancing on Top of the Clouds, 81.
I think this is one of those images that's going to it's either going to appeal to you or it's not. The makeup on the face is a little bit strong, but on the other hand, it probably goes along with the rest of the posing and propping. The twirly swirly stuff in the background, you wonder why it's there, but I don't know if I'd like it if it wasn't there. The bare chest is not necessary, but okay. Presentation is simple. I'm not sure quite what to make of it.
Yeah, there's a reference to the clouds, and the treatment that was done on the clouds makes them look so strong and harsh. And generally we think of clouds as being soft and fluffy. So I have kind of a mixed feeling about that. But I'm looking at the makeup on the sub and the hair, and that takes me back to right around the French Revolution days when the women were real pasty, and then they had this real dramatic contrasty makeup, and then they wore those white wigs. So I'm trying to, reconcile all of that together and trying to understand the statement that the maker's wanting to make.
As I'm looking at the image, I'm going back to the title, Dancing on Top of the Clouds. And if we're headed that direction, usually I think of on top of the clouds being light and airy, and we went dark on top of the clouds. So my mind was trying to justify why that, and then why the circular streak of gold coming down into the rain or whatever is below the clouds, not so my mind is really trying to justify that title. As far as the artwork that's been done on it, it's been painted and everything that direction. Why not blend the wig line down so that it doesn't leave that shadow along her head? That really pulls my eye. And then my question is, what is the reason for I want to call it a ribbon cage around the waistline hip area here that really just wants to, I don't see a reason for it to be there.
Yeah.
This is one of those images, I think if we asked the maker, why did you do all that? The maker would say, because I wanted to.
Yeah. Well, and I think that ribbon cage or whatever it is part of the undergarment of the old dresses, kind of creates that hoop and that kind of stuff. But I'm just trying to figure it out. Like you said earlier, this is one of those images that speak to you, but then you start questioning why and what. And
speaks to you, but what's it saying?
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Mel.
I licked it, so it's mine.
Oh,
85.
This this is an incredible image. The way the dogs have been treated and that they're claiming the baby as they're one of them, I think is a wonderful storyline. The angle of whatever this sofa is that's been done here is so unique. Oh, it adds to very subtly the leading lines pulling you right into baby and everything that direction. It has a really soft pastel feel to it.
The baby's eyes, to the maker's credit, are just as powerful as all those dogs' eyes are, and maybe more so because she's up there, above them all. Her expression is wonderful. She doesn't care if her foot's being licked. Nice job. I think we could have toned down the seat a little bit in front of the dog's feet, to keep us from looking there, and maybe allow us to go up into them a little bit more, but job well done. Mel, may we have another?
The Vision, 78.
It starts out with such a strong story, the idea of the light coming out of the book. I don't know, I want to call him the character of an old monk or something that direction, I think starts working really nice. The issues for me is we're so close to that background that it becomes so busy and your eye goes into all the textures and the patterns back in behind. And then the kicker light is creating, a separation and an interesting color on him. But again, what it does to the background and the foliage just distracts from the overall image.
And had they
Yeah,
pulled him away from the hedge and then lit the hedge to some degree, that would have, I think, given it more life in the background.
yeah, it's a very, very contrasty image, and the treatment of whether it's a texture, whatever was done, just I think added to that contrast. And I'm just in the garment, blocked up shadows, and just unfortunately, I can't really get into the details.
Okay, next image.
Modern Family, 82.
I just love this image when I first saw it, and I'm not, I wouldn't have put a laughing portrait into my portfolio 25 years ago to save my life, but this is just so obvious. Everybody's having fun, except the one little guy. He's not sure what's so funny, but it just shows every personality and so much differently than it would if they're just sitting there mugging back to the camera.
I agree. And to me, it's an interesting technique that's been added to it. It's not just a plain black and white. It draws me very much to the Modern Family. I can talk honestly. The Modern Family feel that is worked into this image.
Yeah, you've said it.
Okay, we've said it all.
Majestic Feline Sovereignty, 80.
Well, I'll go into this again. It's majestic fits the expression on the cat and everything. When I start looking at what can help this image become a little stronger, a lot of it for me is in the background. Above the cat's ears, we got some, right at the edge of the image, you've got some dark, I want to call them bruises in the background, whatever you want to call them, but they have an unevenness to it that pulls my eye up there. And a lot of it is because of the breed of the cat has those dark tufts pointing you right up into that area in their ears. But expression on the cat's face, I think, is fantastic. Light direction is pretty good.
Yeah, and again feel that it's just a little tight in the crop. Pulling back just a tad, I think, would be helpful, because we're so close to the bottom with the paws or claws, and then so close to the top with the ears, and then there's a little bright area top left corner that kind of pulls your attention as well.
To the maker's benefit, we're not talking about big changes in cropping. We're talking about minuscule differences that'll make a big difference. For me, two things that I would add to what's been said is I would love to see them carry a little more depth of field and bring that back into the cat into focus a little bit better. And then the vignette cuts through those little tufts above the ears up there. And I don't really think that we should do that. Mel?
Kissable, 81.
Okay, beautiful image again. Great subject choice. Light direction is pretty good in here. First thing out that grabbed my attention is it almost feels cut out under the feet, specifically the front feet. When I come in across there, you see a shadow under his tummy, but those feet that are hitting the floor down there, just it's like they're floating almost. They don't have that grounding type feel to me.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know what else to add in here. It's just, you know, it's simple and it is what it is.
Yeah.
Rick?
My thoughts exactly as far as the contact shadows, especially under the front paws. But I think the lighting is handled really well, you know, really good exposure because we're seeing detail in the coat. But that is a concern.
Okay. Next one.
Portrait of Miss Harmony, 78.
Yeah, you know, the face and the chest are really well lit, you know, good expression, but overall, and even in the forehead, but I'm looking at the body, lower camera left, just really void of any detail. It's such a contrasty image in that area. So, you know, we're just losing detail, but really good lighting on the head and the back of the head. We've got you know, some separation light that's coming in, but I think we need to control the lighting and the exposure a little better to get more detail in that contrasty dark area that I just talked about.
Agreed.
I agree with that specifically. The other thing that I find really interesting is the eyes on this cat. You know, they compel you to want to look there and so on. When I get into the actual fur of the cat, I can't tell if it's been painted. I feel like it's been painted partially. There's areas that feel really like I've got paintbrush feels through it, and then areas where I don't see that. Specifically when you're losing the detail down in here, if you're painting part of the image, use that to pull that detail back out in the other areas.
I wonder too if we'd bring up the room lights and allow those irises to stop down on the cat to
Oh,
where we'd see more color. If
Yep.
that wouldn't give us a little stronger image.
Yeah.
Okay, Mel?
Reveal, 79.
That is a really creative maternity image, and the reveal I think works wonderful with this image. Presentation, I think, is handled very nicely. I almost wonder if a single stroke would have been enough in this particular situation.
I don't think we need all the background on camera left as well. I mean, I can see that's giving the model room to walk into the image, but I don't sense the model's walking. But I think we've got so much white out here to look at. You know, we could cut that down by half, and then we'd see the model a little bit better.
I almost feel like her face is turned away from us a little bit. I'm
Mhm.
trying to justify what I'm seeing. I come to her nose, and then what I believe is her eye socket, and then there's a bump before we get to the forehead hair that
Yeah.
I'm not sure what I'm seeing there. And I think if that was more of a true profile on her face, it would probably eliminate that question.
You know, and it's an interesting creative concept, but I'm struggling because as we go down the curve of her belly, we know what's going on, you know, she's holding her belly, but it just has a real odd look to it. And then the milkiness, bottom left or bottom right corner from the knee out to the bottom and to the right, you know, it's distracting, I guess, because we have that strong outline of the bent leg, and then we're going into that that milkiness.
Well, they've kind of held that milkiness back off of the belly, and I assume that's intentional, so to draw our attention there. But then they've also got that on the leg, which we don't need to be looking at. You know, there's a lot to consider here that
There,
to be done.
I would say there's a lot to consider on it. I took that as it's like a sheer gown that's
Mhm.
been pulled back, and that's what's causing that milkiness back there. I do wish the hand wasn't cupping the belly there in this particular situation. I don't think we needed that.
Okay,
Love the creativity.
I do too. Mel, can you spin us a blank? I need to go to the little room next door for 2 minutes.
I would
Alrighty, so
agree.
make sure you mute everything.
Okay, good idea.
Just saying.
Yeah. Mel, how are we doing on speed here?
We're running just a little behind the other panels.
Okay. Should we let Rick speak less or Keith speak less then? Well, we can rein in our comments a little bit and see if we can gain something back.
Yeah, just a little. That's all. Okay, it looks like Rick's back. We're just waiting on Keith.
So are we lagging?
Just a little.
Okay.
We're laggards.
We've done 64. The other two of the other panels are right around 70.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, that's
Yeah.
not too bad.
So it's not
No.
too bad. No, we're just a little. Yeah.
And it's not really a race, is it?
No, it is not. It's all about giving it to the makers. Hmm.
What time's lunch tomorrow, Rick?
Yes, sir.
What time's lunch?
Let's do 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock? All right.
What would you prefer? You too, Mel.
Well, probably steak or chicken.
Okay. How do you like your steak, or how do you like your chicken?
Well, I like my chicken so there's no pink juice running out of it, but I like my steak so there is pink juice running out of it.
I
So-
got you.
Sounds about right.
And then we have to have potatoes.
Oh yeah.
Mashed or baked.
Okay. I'm very proud of my mashed potatoes.
Are you the mashed potato guy?
Oh yeah. I call them Pa's famous mashed potatoes, because
Yeah.
my grandkids call me Pa.
You put sour cream and butter into them, or
I put I put a lot of butter, little garlic salt,
Mm.
pepper, and then just beat them till they don't cry anymore.
Right, well, I know where I'm going for lunch tomorrow.
oh, Danika's
But I
still
will
here.
say, my son-in-law is the grill master when it comes to steaks. He really knows how to do them.
Some people do have a knack for that.
Oh yeah.
The only way I grill steaks well is to stand right by the grill and with a thermometer, and when it gets to the right temperature, get them off, because if I walk away, I'll always overcook them.
Yeah. And it's interesting how some people uh like their steaks. Some of them really like them rare, and others like them really well done.
Killed.
Yeah. Are we recording?
We are.
Sure are.
Okay. Okay.
Well, you just gave out your famous mashed potato recipe.
I'm
Oh.
pretty sure there's some editing that'll go into it before it goes up on the site, so
Mm.
may take the breaks out.
Well, Danica, you and Mel are doing a great job. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
I'm not doing anything here but standing, so.
Yeah.
Well, you stand well.
Thanks. I don't think anybody's ever said that to me before.
Well, there's always something positive about everything.
Right.
Even a stop clock is correct twice every 24 hours.
Okay, when we start back up, we'll still be in the portrait category, guys.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, and there's Keith coming in now.
All right.
All
So I
right.
miss anything good?
Well, we were talking mashed potato and steak recipes.
Okay, next
We're ready.
image.
Next image.
From chaos to order, 78.
I'll jump in here real quick. It's an interesting concept, and I I like the title. My biggest concern with the image is having all those toes down there right on that pin line. I think we need to move that away and get the feet of the dancer up above that, because it just doesn't work to seam if they're dancing on that, on that statement line down there.
I would agree. And I also feel like Oh, the starting image on camera left over here is brighter than the middle section and almost holds more attention than the far right image, which is the one that holds the sharpness. And so I feel like toning that leading image down a little bit more and giving us a little more space for the right hand side of the image might have helped it a little bit too.
Yeah, I agree with
Go ahead, Rick.
I agree with everything. Just one last thing is the subject camera left, far left, that highlight on her toe, is a little bit pulls away.
It might be such if we bled those images lighter as they progress from left to right to where they build up to the brightness of that image as opposed to starting bright and then going dark and then coming back to that pop of bright out here. It might just flow a little bit better. Next.
Smiles for my angels, 79.
I like this image. The exposure on baby is really sweet. Light direction's good. The storyline with the angels, I get that. I just really wish it wasn't in a white frame standing up there. If that it was just the darker image laid down on there, I think might have given us the same story. But right now I hit into baby and I go right over to that white frame and it holds my attention over there.
Yeah, and just exactly. And for me, just a little over vignetted.
Well, and I don't know that I really think that blue background supports the rest of the image at the brilliance that it is. I don't mind the blue, but I think I would make a recommendation that get toned down, desaturate it some so it's just not so powerful. Mel?
The Golden Dragon, 82.
Yeah, nice posturing, I think, of the subject. We've got a real nice key line, or not a key line, a kicker light coming in from camera right. Unfortunately for me, the lighting on the face is just a little too flat. Would really enjoy seeing a strong directional light that would give it a little more of a three-dimensional look and some kind of presentation.
Agreed.
The lighting was mentioned. I was just going to add to that to the point where I feel like the light is too low. You look at what's hitting the mask of her face and the forehead and everything up there. Her chin's tipped up and everything. I feel like that light needs to come from a higher angle coming down to put the emphasis up on the face, and feathering as it comes down across the body, I think could have helped it too.
Okay, next.
Enablement, 82.
Well, of all the images I've seen in my life, this is the first time I've seen one of these. And it's really fascinating to me as part of a dance routine, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very interesting. I mean, I appreciate the concept. I'm not sure that again, going back to Keith's suggestions, I'm not sure that the clothing, is really helping this. And maybe that's costuming that they use during their routine. But even having said that, maybe a black and white conversion would be helpful, because I'd really like to get into the faces, the arms, in the case of the one on the right, her midsection, but I'm dancing around between the warm pants and the cool tops, and black and white maybe might be a thought.
Well, I was even going to say dance, what do they call them? The leggings, the tight legged clothes, to take that boxiness out of it a little bit might help it as well. I think the light is coming in really nice on the top woman. The face of the bottom woman, I'm not getting so much, and it's the enablement. I'm trying to get the storyline there, and I'm kind of, the bottom one's enabling the other one to stand at this angle. I can get there, but I don't see this subtext, what the story is to it. And I'm interested in more out of the image.
I think the black and white would be a good move. It's a wonderful presentation, by the way, for this particular image. Okay, Mel.
Easter's newest recruit, 81.
Nice color palette. We've got directional lighting that's coming that's nice. The big thing for me, given that we have a bullseye composition, I think this would benefit more from a square cropping rather than a rectangular.
I would agree. A little more square would help it. I think it's an interesting story with the propping that we've got going on here. One of the comments I do remember on judging day was that maybe the skin tones were a little bit orange. I like the warmth in the face myself, but keep that in mind to see if that plays to you.
I think a little more detail in the hair, would have been nice. That's a pretty small thing. And then I think the outside of the picture, everything outside the basket could be desaturated just a little bit to allow more strength to come into the basket and the baby and the carrot. Next.
Missing You, 78.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. It's an interesting portrait. It certainly speaks of this individual's personality. Unfortunately for me, there's just so much going on that it really takes a while for me to get into the subject herself. We've got a selective focus that helps to create the dimensionality, but I'm just really having a tough time getting to the subject given all of the graphic elements that we have in the image.
And say choosing the graffiti art area is a great way to work with controlling the eye as far as that plaid shirt goes. But to me, the model turned away, facing down with the light kind of coming, there's dimensionality to the light, but yet it feels a little bit flat to her face. But her face turned away and stuff almost makes the importance of the image fall into her hands across the bare midriff, the bust line, and that kind of thing. And I'm settling on the mass of the body as opposed to into the face of the subject.
Yeah, and I just think it's a little crowded, top and bottom both. And then this black presentation is a distraction. There has to be some other choices given all the colors that are in there, just something a little bit more subtle. Mel?
Queen of Hearts, 79.
Well, I'll go ahead and start in on this. Wonderful concept. The makeup on the face, everything pulling to the frame. I like the concept of the story. Unfortunately, I'm going to fall into the technical excellence side again, and all the way upper left, curving across the top and coming down, we've got that banding issue started pulling into it, and unfortunately, technical excellence would pull that score down on you some.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm not really sure that I'm comfortable with the color contrast, with the matte in the background against the warm color of the subject. I'm just fighting, struggling, going back and forth with the image.
It's so busy up around her head that I'm not sure that helps to sell the image very well.
And the back of her hand holding the frame is really blown out.
Yep.
True.
And the light projected window on the background in this particular case adds a lot of graphics that'll pull you away from it as well. The green versus the pink creates a color balance that wants to make the pink the most important, which is around her face. So I can get that part of it, but it almost makes it more about the frame and about the heart headdress than it is about the subject.
Next image.
The Abbey's Softball Ringer, 78.
Great story, great concept. The difference in this particular case, I think, is stronger, more dramatic light direction and control the light hitting his hands.
Yeah. What a great character in that face.
Fun title too.
Mm-hmm.
Next image.
Golden Therapy, 83.
Did you say golden therapy?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm assuming it's meaning it's a therapy dog.
No.
But I don't know that that helps. The title doesn't help the images as far as what I'm seeing there. Almost feel like a little high in the frame. We could lose a little bit off of the bottom tree trunk down here. It's dynamic light on the dog. I think it's good that direction. Presentation is, even though it's subdued, it's still big enough in that it wants to draw my eye out to that more than I'd like it to.
Yeah, I like the placement of the head, but yeah, coming up just a little bit from the bottom would pull the head down just a touch and really put it in that PowerPoint. But you know, I'm looking across and I'm seeing really nice detail in the coat. Now help me with this. Behind the dog's rear legs and across that log, I'm hoping it's just the background, but I just kind of see a dark line that's following all the way along from the back of his leg to camera right. Hopefully I'm wrong with that. Do you guys see that?
I do see it a little bit. I wonder if it's not an artifact from sharpening.
Okay.
I was going to say I'm thinking the same kind of thing, but it's
And that's
subtle.
easily fixed.
Right.
Okay. Next image, Mel.
Angelic, 81.
Well, the first,
Go ahead.
yeah, thank you. First thing that strikes me is the reverse vignette. You know, I'm kind of pulled down. I do like the lighting on the child. I think we have a little bit of a concern with the exposure, though, with you know, especially the top of the crown of her head, where we've really lost detail in her hair. I'm not really sure that that reverse vignette is helping it. Maybe we could pull back and keep a reverse vignette, but not so stark white. You know, maybe make, you know, 50% or something along that line.
The vignette gives us sort of a nostalgic image. I wonder if perhaps this was kind of a do-over of the mother's one-year-old portrait.
Mm.
I was going to say the reverse vignette that's been mentioned and stuff to me gives it almost a keyhole type look. And I'm seeing a few hints of issues in that gradient above the head. Just for beware of that. But otherwise, that's been mentioned. I'd like more detail in the hair and richer skin tones.
Okay, next.
Rockabye Baby, 90.
Oh, awesome image. Wish it was mine. Let's see, what else can I say? It's gorgeous. Composition's really nice where it's placed. The feeling of the fabrics that's been pulled down and around the branches, and the little bird over here watching in.
You know, I think the space has been filled so well with all of the elements. You know, this strong branch coming in from the left and covering that left quadrant, or not covering, but kind of filling in that left quadrant, as does the thinner branch that's coming down on the right. So, you know, the space has been used really, really quite well. The technique, I can't fault at all. And I love those little ridges, those little wrinkles on the babe's back. Just endearing.
I love the little piece of the story that's being told by the protective branches coming in from the side. This one coming from camera left looks like, you know, if the bough breaks, don't worry, I'm here to get you. You know, it's just, to me, it's, you got so many things you could imagine and look at. The wonderful job. Next.
I am just not into you. 81.
Could you restate the title?
I am just not into you.
Title and story is really nice on this image. Light direction on the dog is really good. I would like to have seen the tone down a little bit on the side of the cat, because I'm getting a lot of attention goes to the rib areas of the cat down here. And then lastly, I would really like to see soften that horizon line where the floor hits the background back there, just so I don't have that dark line that kind of pulls my eye.
Good comments. Anything, Rick?
Nope, it's been
Next
said.
image.
Focused. 80.
Yeah, we had a conversation about this, and there were, you know, a couple things that struck me about it. I think it's a, you know, a striking image of this bird, but things that were concerns for me. Number one, the key line, you know, as wide, as far out from the image as it is, really kind of draws my attention out. I suggested that come in at least a third towards the image, and I think would be helpful. I think the color of the key line is handled very well. Then there was that diagonal bluish line above the head of the bird that could really easily be taken care of, you know, and then just looked like it was a little over sharpened to me.
I think you pretty much said it.
One of our judges yesterday suggested that popping the red eye up a little bit brighter might help take you right into that eye. And I could see how that could be.
Mhm.
And I don't know if we need all the space to the left of the beak. I think we could probably bring that in and not harm the image, but you'd have to play with it to see. Nice job. Next one.
Senior portrait. 78.
You know, overall, I think we can really work this down, print it down a little bit more. I'm concerned about the catch lights and, you know, senior 78. Now, are we suggesting that they, you know, they have cataracts? Because it sure looks like that's
Yes.
okay. Okay.
And look at the age of the mouth of the dog and stuff. I would call it the senior moments.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I guess if we're wanting to send that message, then that's what we'd want to do. And I guess I wouldn't suggest doing anything to them, but definitely pulling down or printing down the image, I think would be helpful to this presentation. Just a tad crowded to my taste, but and I'm not real sure that the double key line is something that's necessary.
Well, if the mat was toned down a little bit darker, that would help, I think, as well.
Yep.
Next image.
I
Sorry,
do
Keith.
feel like in this particular image that we're tilted down to camera left.
Yes.
You know, I even if the chair is just the weight of the dog's doing it, I would tilt that image just that little bit to give you a more balanced feel.
I think that dog on camera left just a little heavier than the other one. Next, Mel.
Apex. 81.
Boy, this is a striking image. Oh, I almost feel like in this particular case, the kicker light, if I want to call it, hitting her shoulder, leading shoulder here, is maybe a hair bright. But the bigger issue for me is the texture in the background against her really super retouched skin. Makes it almost a contrast that pulls my eye to the background. I'd like to see it maybe with a little less smoothness of the skin.
I think a little more brightness on the hand that's on camera right, to bring that up into the into the balance of the scene. The foot probably could use a little bit more, maybe the back side of her hip. Maybe just bring a little more balance in.
One more quick comment. There is an issue between her camera left arm and her left leg in the background that
Mhm.
I think the texture got missed putting in there or something.
Right.
It's got a lot of potential. I think this is pretty.
Yes.
Mel?
Brick House Serenade, 81.
I think
What-
the issues with this image mostly have to do with lighting on the prop, the hat. The lighting on his face is decent. The little kicker light coming in, perhaps off the window, works really well. But we're just not getting the impact of the items in the picture that we should.
Yeah, and I don't know how this was, if this was actually done in this location or what have you, but going back to a little bit of the old school thing that we were kind of trained, the windows to the left of the subject obviously suggest the direction of light, and we do have kicker light on his shoulder, but on his face, the light is actually pretty much high and a little bit to the right. But where I'm going with this is to maybe have turned the subject so that we have a suggestion of light coming from those windows and then lighting from camera left. Because we have kind of a void of light to the to the right of the guitar neck and the keys. So that's kind of something that was concerning me.
Well, and if the pose of that hand coming over the neck of the guitar, while I imagine is natural and comfortable, we can't see where that arm is really attached. To the hand is attached to the arm very well, so that would be better placed further up the neck toward the top.
Mhm.
I would agree and tone down the light on the floor back here and what's hitting his jean. It pulls me that direction. As far as what I'm seeing within the scene, I'm not bothered by the light direction. Because a lot of times I like when they will put the highlights on the dark side and the shadows on the light side, just kind of that yin yang type of feel. And in this particular case, I think that works for me.
Okay. I'm at a point where we're expected to break for lunch.
We are. Two of the other panels have already gone to break, so I
Okay.
think now's a good time.
All right, we can break. See you guys back here at a quarter after the hour. Is that what we're planning, Mel?
Yep, that works.
Okay.
Already quarter after.
Thanks.
Hello, boys. You might be muted, Keith.
I was.
Yeah. The sound of a muted voice.
Yep. It's probably better.
Hmm.
So how was your lunch?
Well, it was good. I actually took a small nap.
Oh, wow.
Can't complain about that.
I
What'd
see
you
Mel
have?
is back.
I am back.
Yeah, Mel had breakfast probably.
Yep, exactly.
Well, I ate lunch at 9:30 in the morning. That's all right.
I don't want you starving.
Well, I'm still on Central Time in my mind, so that made it a little better.
How long
I
are you
made
out
it
there?
tolerable.
Yeah. Oh, we fly home on Monday. Flew out here on Thursday, judge Friday, Saturday, enjoy the grandkids on Sunday, take off on Monday.
Well,
I
that
don't know
seems short.
if you've heard them in the background today or not.
No,
No?
not at all.
Good. I'd say it's been different with them not being in school. It got a little loud earlier.
How old are they?
3 and 6.
Ah,
May becomes 4 and 7.
Well, it looks like we have 12 more portraits, and then we switch to illustrative commercial. Mel, the last portrait, the title is Milk Chocolate.
I see it. Okay, got it. And that makes sense. The image after that totally is not a portrait.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so as soon as Rick joins us, we'll be able to start.
you have two boys or boy and girl? What do you have?
2 girls. Holly had 4 brothers. I had 1 brother. No sisters on either side. So getting girls in the family was good.
Yeah.
Now, Keith, I have 3 daughters and not a chance at grandkids so far.
Hmm. Well, if you do it right, you can borrow some somewhere.
Yeah, right?
Ollie out. So, well, we had 2 sons. My one son's got the 2 grandkids. The other one doesn't even have a girlfriend. So the odds are not looking great.
Hmm. Sari's
He's-
sister got married at 39 for the first time and started her family at 41 with twins.
Oh, wow.
Wow. And the doctor said that was a miracle birth. She'll never get pregnant again. And the son we call It'll Never Happen Again came in about a year later.
We had that
Never say
situation.
never.
I guess not.
They gave Holly 1,000,000 to 1 odds of getting pregnant. So we got our first son. They were in doing the C-section. They said, yep, 1,000,000 to 1 at best. And 7 years later, we have our second one. So
Hmm.
I wouldn't give them
Without
up for
planning?
anything.
Without
The
planning,
first one
you
we
showed-
planned.
Yeah.
I planned. She had given up hope, and we had friends going through fertility issues, and so I read all the books and everything. And I talked to her. I thought I was getting approval. I said, we should get pregnant this month because then you'd be, miss our busy seasons and the weddings, and you wouldn't be real large during the summer. And she said, yeah, sure, whatever.
That's what I call a practical pregnancy.
Did she buy into that story of practicing for the honeymoon every day until something happened?
No, no.
All right, you guys ready to kick this off?
Ready to
You
go.
bet.
All right, we're still in the portrait category. Image is nestled.
Before we
Nestled.
go, did you remember to start your recording?
Yep. The
Okay, I
recording
just
is
didn't
going.
see the sign. Okay.
I don't stop it. It runs the whole time.
Oh, that's wonderful. Okay.
Score is an 80.
Well, what I'm seeing here when I look at it is a nice, pleasing image of this baby. Pretty nice light on him. I can't tell. But the propping in this situation is really well done. Gives a nice little nest for the baby, but yet doesn't distract anyway. The floor is in the same tones, so it works well with it. Presentation is very simple. I see that as a really nice little merit image.
Yeah, I agree with all of those. I do like the diagonally placed position of the babe rather than, straight up and down. And we've got diagonal lines in the floor as well. So that adds a little interest to the image. Maybe just opening up the shadows a little bit so that of the blanket or whatever it is that the babe is on might be helpful.
Okay, next image.
Center of attention, 86.
I was really taken by this image. So many really great things are happening here in terms of the elements. Great leading lines of the quills coming into the peacock. Great placement of the subject, with the head and that PowerPoint. Really nice presentation. This might be one where we could bring that key line in just a little bit. And I noticed that there is a key line around the image as well. Unfortunately, in some areas, I'm missing that key line where it's blending into the image. So if we're going to have a key line that I call attached, we need to pick a width and a color that's going to make us able to see it all the way around, or detached as the second one is here.
I was
Nice
saying,
detail throughout the image. The top of the bird, brightest spot of the image, but yet it's holding detail. Lights in the eyes. Good expression.
I like how they have a darker background behind the quills to camera left over here, so that it balances to the dark eye and the peacock and gives you a nice dramatic feel.
Next image.
Leaning into her future, 79.
On this particular image, I get the story that's worked into it here and the leaning in, and she's got the space for everything. But I just feel a little bit weak in the overall image itself. I see more of a light area behind her in the background than I do leading up into the face here. So you don't gain that advantage of a leading line with the light coming down to her or anything in that direction.
I would like to have seen them apply a little bit more detail to the bottom of the dress to see if maybe it could lay a little flatter. Some of them won't do that, but it just seems kind of a mess down there.
One other thing I do see in this particular image is very subtle in the background from about where her toes would be under the dress, a diagonal line going up and out to the right of the image that is not helping.
Okay, next.
What in the world is going on? 82.
No doubt about the impact in this image, and the color harmony is handled quite well. We've got a real nice fall off of focus, which really creates a three-dimensional feel. But I think that top left corner, if we were to just take it down a little bit, it's commanding quite a bit of attention from the main subject. But really crisp and detail, in the main subject.
And I don't think we need all that information in the background. I think we could draw this in closer to a square and have plenty of impact.
That's exactly what I was just doing with my hands, is just blocking some of that. Camera right's the one that's really catching me with the different people in the greens and the whites and stuff up there. And then I would also tone down the very top of her head cover, just so it's not quite as bright up in that area.
Mm-hmm. And I think we could darken the presentation, Matt, too, and help bring the subject forward more.
Yep.
Okay, Mel.
A little salt, 79.
A little what?
Salt, S-A-L-T.
Okay.
Well, what I'm seeing in this particular image is almost a competition between what's the main subject. Is it the dog or is it the sunset? But the sunset's got so much space dedicated to it, and it is so bright. I would like to see maybe a little extra light brought in this particular case from camera left to accent his body a little bit more. And then I really feel like this image would do with some cropping to bring it up more about the dog. I am questioning the collar with the anchors on it. You know, it's one of those things where I almost would like to say no collar is better, just because it grabs all the attention right now with that bright blue.
And that
Yeah.
could be removed in post pretty easily.
Yeah.
It's a dramatic sky. Unfortunately, the top part of it is really blown out.
Yeah.
Okay, next.
Remember Lot's wife. Don't look back, 80.
Understand the story. I feel like there's no grounding shadow down here. It looks to me like all that dust storm has been worked up behind, and then we just kind of lost out on that one little detail down here.
The other thing is the leading line of light, if you want to call it, in the background back here is a little bit horizontal. I almost wish it was coming more at an angle into her face that kind of pulls us to it, because when you look at the light striking into her, it almost feels like it's a higher angle than what's showing in the background.
Okay. Next image.
Do you like my very good collection? 77.
This is a nice, above average image. The light direction and light quality, maybe that's a better word for it, is just a little lacking here. It doesn't have any oomph to it. I think bringing up the contrast would help, especially on the cat. If you do bring the contrast up, some of the bears are going to start losing some detail in that. So it's kind of a give and take situation. And I also feel like the color's off on this just a little bit. That is leading it, or giving us that kind of, warm, soft feel to it.
Yeah, and the we've got light coming in, kind of like a kicker light coming in from camera right, and the little bear just immediately to the camera right of the cat is picking up a lot of that light, and then the bear next to that one on camera right is really bright as well, and I think could be toned down.
Final comment. It looks like the whole image is kind of tilting to the right. I think we could rotate it back and not hurt the image at all. Next.
Black tie aftermath, 81.
This is,
go ahead.
I was going to say, this is one of those images that, the wide angle distortion that kind of adds to that laid back, the aftermath type of feel. I think it could almost be exaggerated a little bit more. But the presentation here really is a distraction for me. It's dark on some areas, like upper left corner, then it gets really light in places, and then dark again in the lower right corner. And it's enough of a change, it steals that attention away from the face.
Yeah, we can all relate to this expression. You know, we've all had days where you just want to sit down and just be left alone, but technically it's just not got the strength it needs in the shadows.
Agreed.
Next.
Battling Goliath, 84.
This one brought up a lot of conversation. You know, obviously the story is there. I think the quality of the exposure is handled well. I guess I just had a concern. Is it going to be an illustrative type of a portrait? You know, because we have a studio setting, and I'm just wondering if it wouldn't have been better suited if it was actually in a bedroom type of environment. So I'm having that little disconnect.
You know, I kind of get an illustrative type feel out of it. The thing that held me back a little bit, if you want to think of it, is the choice of the comforter in this particular setting. You know, cool versus warm, all that kind of stuff draws a lot of attention down to the bedding away from the story. I almost would have liked to have seen something to separate the pile of the Goliath here from the background a little bit more and let the bed become even less of a attention grab.
Yeah, attention to the backlighting. Goliath probably would have been helpful too.
Wonderful concept.
Next.
A bird of a different feather, 80.
I think a presentation to finish this off would have helped just a little bit. The 80 is a nice score. The light pattern on her face is awfully flat. And if the face were brought down, that might help just a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. And the quality of light from the kickers is really quite well handled. Unfortunately, we don't have that specularity and directional light on the face.
Next.
Fitting in, 76.
Okay, really nice storyline here with the different bears and the fitting in. I understand that. What I'm seeing as far as issues go is the bottom third that has all of our subjects in it seems a little flat and a little bit muddy. But then right above them, it goes to really super white, almost like, I don't know if the background lights kicking onto it went that direction or if that was just put on a white background and tried to blend it up to that point. But because of that stark white up there, it keeps wanting to pull my eye up to that and away from the subject. One other little detail, and you always say, you know, will it, you know, ask yourself, will the judges see it? My answer is almost always yes. At the very top edge, right below the stroke, there is a white kind of semicircle thingy into it. And then in the far upper left corner, there's almost a rectangular box of different white in there. And so it's just little things to just kind of watch your details.
Well, and the subject itself, you know, I think the score that it got is probably right about where it belongs. And I think no matter how many other things you fix, that score is probably still going to sit there on those particular subjects. Next.
Milk chocolate, 80.
Well, this is a beautiful portrait of this dog. His color, you know, is probably what you would expect it to be. The basket or the pail that he's in works fine for his size, and they got a little bit of rust color and the rim that kind of picks up the colors in him. While I think this mat is well designed and interesting, I just think it's too much. You know, it just needs to be a whole lot less powerful so we see the dog more.
I would agree.
Yep.
Next.
Okay, judges, we're now into the illustrative category.
Okay.
First image, Milan's Golden Galleria, 79.
I would
There
love to
is-
stand there and see this scene. I think it just would be awesome. The presentation is too stark for what we're looking at. And then the balance of light, you see all the little globes and they're all starting to sparkle. It's just not being managed quite as well as you'd like it to be.
Yeah, you know, and it really is an interesting image. It's a nice play of the cool and the warm tones. Um, you know, as an illustrative image, and having the human element in it, I'm looking at the individual that's at the bottom left, and I don't know if this kind of an image, if we want to have an illustrative image, then we have a lot of people in it or none at all. And that just would be no chore at all to take that individual out, because my question would be, is it adding or anything to the impact and the of the image or not? And I would say no.
I would tend to agree with that. And as I look at this, because of the cool versus warm and everything else, draws my attention upwards into it. And I'm wondering if just a little bit of burning and stuff would increase that feeling of a resting point or a center of interest in it.
Good thoughts. Next.
To the point, 84.
I really enjoy this image. It's a study in black and white shape and form, composition. I think what kept me or would keep me from going a lot higher is the highlight of the form in the front. We've got a really bright couple sections there that if they could be toned down just a little bit, I think would be helpful.
I would tend to agree with that, and maybe even it's the top right part of the building up there. If that was brought down, I think you'd get a stronger impact from this front peak, if I want to call it that.
And a little darker presentation, Matt, on the outside. I had to look to even see where it was. And so that could be easily adjusted.
10:34 a.m.
Next.
Illuminating, 82.
It's an interesting image, and I do enjoy the color harmony that's captured here. A couple things that caught my attention right away was as we look at the wheel, and if we look at about I don't know, about 8 o'clock, we're seeing that little white reflection or whatever it is, as is the one about 7 o'clock, right in the middle, just maybe toning those down a little bit, because those against the darker background, I mean, that's the area of high contrast, so that's where our eyes are going to go.
Oh, as I was looking at that, it took me a little while to get it and the illuminating title and stuff, and I think we're looking up at a chandelier, and those are actually parts of the light bulbs.
Right.
Oh, by toning those down, you got to be careful they don't take on a kind of a muddy, bruised look.
They can even be taken out.
Yeah,
And I think that'd be the best option
Right.
since they're not there on all of them.
I would agree.
Next.
Shame, 80.
I'm going to let you guys talk to this one because I happen to know the maker.
Okay. First of all, on the technical side, I think it's just a little underprinted. I feel that her skin tone is a little pasty. Maybe that's the message that the maker wants us to have. But I do appreciate, coming in from the left, we have a light area, and then we have a dark area. And that's mirrored in the body of the subject, you know, the light area with the legs and the breasts, and then it goes into that dark treatment of her body. I'm tending to lose the ledge or whatever it is she's standing on from her bottom foot to camera right. I see a faint line there, but and then really blocked up shadows on the bottom right corner.
I think, Rick, you've pretty well hit it all. I don't know, don't really know what we're supposed to be thinking of this image. And, you know, it's kind of like a dance image, but it's not. I think you probably could interpret this every different way for every different viewer.
Right. Mel, what was the title again, please?
Shame.
Shame. Okay.
If I said I was going to skip it because I know the maker, but I'm actually going to tell you what I'm seeing in it. You look at her form and body, and then look at the super skinny shadow that's dropped onto the wall back behind it. Oh, that's the shame of weight, body shaming, that type of thing is what I got from it.
Very enlightening. Next.
Gateway Arch 77. Oh, maybe. There it goes. Gateway Arch.
For me, when I look at this, the exposure is kind of a difficult exposure to pull off and keep the detail on, but camera right side of the sky up here, the sun side, if you want to think of it, is just really bright and pulling the eye a little bit more. I feel like that could all be brought down just a little richer in the skyline up in there and give even more impact to the image.
I think it's difficult. There's a lot of areas of contrast here. The shadow of the tree, you know, camera right of center, the arch in the water. And then, you know, with the squigglies in the water, it almost looks manipulated, and I don't think it probably is. I just think it's, you know, it's just natural ripples in the water. Next.
Choral inspiration through the roof 87.
I think for the score it got, I would love to have seen this with more saturation. Maybe just a little bit more punch up in the ceiling panels.
Yeah, and I'm getting just a bit of a sense of distortion. But I agree, you know, maybe a little deeper, but I'm not really crazy about the presentation. And again, we're talking about these key lines and going around the image. We want to make sure we can see them all the way around. But we do have nice converging lines coming in from camera left and right that bring us into the image itself, which is handled well and a little blocked up in some of the shadow areas.
Yet there's decent detail from top to bottom and edge to edge.
I struggled a little bit with the title until I picked out the pipe organs and stuff up and around here. And I'm not sure if there's a better title that doesn't make it about the pipe organs and makes it about the architecture.
Yeah, I think that's a good thought. Next.
The tasting room 82.
This is a nice image. I think it, you know, has a pretty nice score for where we're at on there. I don't know that I have a lot of suggestions that's going to make it, you know, climb into another category. When I am looking at it, there are a couple of three things that I think maybe could have been controlled a little more to help it. And that would be the blue reflections of light on the pipes at the ceiling and maybe the two beams, if those were desaturated some and pulled down in density, it might have held it more into the foggy mountain theme for the tasting room for me.
Are you men seeing ever so slightly a dip to the left, or am I off?
On the bar,
Yes.
yeah, a little bit.
Yes.
I like how the maker has resisted temptation to muddy up those globes light bulbs and
Yeah.
tone them down. It's okay to let them glow like they've done.
Mhm.
Next image.
The White Album, 81.
To me, this is an image that could have been brought down, given it a little more pop to the models.
Yeah. Is
Yeah, I agree, especially the female model in the front. She's just awfully pasty looking compared to the other two.
yeah.
Next.
The 49-cent pen, 82.
This is a really striking image. I can see it as a commercial image. Plenty of room for text around it. Makes a statement about Marriott. It's good three-dimensional quality of the lighting to it.
Yeah, I thought the lighting was handled well, exposure wise. That top strip of light is just a little bit hot, kind of blowing out some of the detail or texture of the top of the pen.
And I think if it were, instead of being on a mirror where we get double reflections, I think if it were on a piece of plexi where you'd only get the top reflection, that would help just a little bit. And then I can't explain why, but it just kind of seems to be floating, and it may be the changing of the background would help too. Next.
Cool Tool, 81.
You know, when I scored this, I wasn't in favor of the merit at first, and the reason I wasn't is because I didn't feel like the bottom reflection, if that's what you call it, really fit with the top piece. I think it kind of clutters it up. I think if we didn't have the bottom piece, the top would pop off the page a lot better.
I could agree with that. You know, I look at it as far as, I felt it was deserving of merit. When I look at the quality of light, the detail within the product itself, the dimensionality that's been brought into it. Oh, I felt we were looking at, a meritorious image there, but
Okay, next image.
Tribute to Resilience, 81.
I'm not sure where the title really works with this image very well, but I'm not going to kill an image because of title. I love the strength of character that the model shows, and I think we could probably do a little better on lighting on the face than we have. And the face seems to have modeling and lighting, but then the body just seems to be lacking that.
Yeah, we've mentioned maybe once or twice about impact. And as I see it, I mean, the lighting is handled nicely on it. This monochromatic theme throughout the whole image holds well. But when we talk about impact, I think of impact as kind of from two different directions. There's lasting impact where you look at an image and man, it just sticks with you, and you just really can't seem to get it out of your mind. And then, there's like fleeting impact where it's really nice, yeah, well done, well lit, but then the impact just kind of wanes. So I guess that's where I'm coming from is, the impact just kind of is a little fleeting for me.
I get
I
that.
just, what I see on this particular image, as far as if I could make a suggestion for improvement, it would have to go back to photographing. I feel like part of it's the costuming, but we're looking up her nose. If we could have just increased that camera angle a degree or two to give more openness to the eyes and power to that face, I think it would have fit the costuming a little bit more.
It's a great point. Next image.
Think Inc. 77.
Yeah, I like the storytelling in this, and the lighting is such that, you know, we can see what, you know, what is being done, but everything is just kind of underlit behind the model. And I think if a little more care had been taken to add some more lights and to pick up some detail inside that cabinet and perhaps back on the wall, and let us see the environment a little bit more, I think it might have played a little better.
I was going to say, I like the story of what's been going on, and I agree with giving us a little more in the environment, but I almost wonder what would have happened if there was a kicker light or small light source in behind that cabinet coming through between the two models, so it rims out the tattoo artist hand and glove and the back of the subject, and giving you more dimensionality within what you're actually seeing.
That's a great suggestion. Next image.
38 Ford detail. 80.
Yeah, you know, it's an interesting image. It certainly tells a story. We've got the Ford emblem, nice teardrop headlight, but above the headlight, you know, we've got that highlight area that doesn't carry through with any of that beautiful color, the mustard color, if you will, of the car. And then to the left, camera left of the headlamp, we've got these reflections and little doodads that can really be helped by cleaning up, as to the right of the headlight.
I would agree. I think it could be brought down in intensity just a little bit more too, and really pop that a little bit stronger.
Well, and I think if you'd have used traditional lighting rather than daylight, you could have probably then directed us to look more where you want us to go. Next.
Night portrait of Windsor Plantation. 78.
This is just one of those images that as you look at it, oh, your eye wanders all around and you start thinking about what is light direction. And you've got camera right side of the, especially at the back of the image, you've got a strong right directional. And yet when I come to the left-hand side of the image, I've got the left lighting on it. And so I don't know if it was a light painting situation, if it was just lit that way. But to me, it left it as kind of a confusing feel and lost its dimensionality. And then there's something really funny on the far left column, 3/4 the way up. Maybe it's just peeling that way, but it just leaves me feeling like there's a broke up portion in that area. And the more I'm looking at it, I think I'm seeing brick through it. So that's probably what it is.
It seems to me if the lighting technique used on the columns would have been carried through all the way to the crown of the columns, that would have helped on impact of the building as well.
And I kind of feel the presentation isn't helping, you know, especially the color of the key lines.
Okay. Next.
Convergence. 81.
Well, we talked about this yesterday, and it started out with kind of an average score, but as the enthusiasm grew for it, the score, you know, the scores ended up going up higher. The reflections of the clouds in the buildings, the way the spires reach for the sky. When you look back because of the wide angle lens, you can see a couple other buildings that are making their way up. The buildings appear to be fairly straight, you know, all things considered. So this was just one of those that the longer we looked at it, the more we liked it.
Again, I think it's one of them that bringing it down in density I think could have made it stronger so that the reflections of the clouds in the buildings become stronger and more defined. A little bit of a concern on the center bottom building, partway up, that there's a really dark blotchy area. Oh, maybe the lighter areas are reflections from clouds or something, but it's, above the reflected building in the middle of there, there's just that dark area that I could not explain in my mind.
If that one particular building were cleaned up top to bottom, I think it would really give us a focal point center of interest, and I think it probably would have moved the score up.
Yes.
Next.
Heart of the city, 81.
Did you say part of the city or art?
Heart.
Heart.
Well, no doubt about the thought that went into this and the thought process and creativity. Goodness. I'm just trying to make what I can make out of it, and I'm appreciating it for the artistic value that it has. I'm not sure that as this circular, as we go from the top of the image and down bottom right or around it right ways, it kind of fades off. And then we have that kind of distinct line at the bottom that also goes around in a circular fashion. So I don't know, are we supposed to be having a feeling of a view from space to the Earth? It's an interesting concept.
To me, it's an art piece. Really is designed to just give you a totally different look. Really struck by what I envision as being the tallest skyscraper that actually wraps around and points back down at itself. To me, it's just a graphic play that maybe could have helped with a little more saturation.
Especially on the forward image.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very creative. Hats off. Next.
Money hungry, 79.
And this is the first of the illustrative general.
What was that in the background?
Illustrative general, as opposed to illustrative or illustrative commercial. This is illustrative general.
Okay, thanks.
I really enjoy the concept, and the title certainly tells a story. Unfortunately for me, the presentation, the background is really textured. We see the key line coming up from the bottom left and then going up, and then we lose it for a bit, and then we see it again. Then we come to the right top and we lose it, and then we come down a bit from the right corner, right corner, top corner, and we lose it. And it's just a really textured, gritty background that I'm having difficulty reconciling that with the image.
I agree. I'd like to see the background, the actual money hungry is setting on, just to not be as grungy and not as much of a canvas feel. Maybe it's the grunginess over it, but all of that texture tends to fight with what's going on with the story there. That's what I have.
Well, and I tend to wonder, when I take my teeth out and put them in my money purse, where would I set them? One place might be as good as another, but quite interesting. It's cool. It's got us all leaning in. Okay, Mel?
We're just trying to lift that $100 bill out.
Yeah.
Right.
Let me know if it works.
Hands of Time, 83.
Okay.
This is incredible. The statement here, the light direction coming across it, the reaching through the bars with the kind of grungy hands on it. It's just got a lot of power.
It sure does. And I've had the opportunity to see this image throughout the course of the last whatever, few months. This is a perfect example of less is more. You know, we're seeing the hands coming out of the cell, and there's no need in this particular case to see who they belong to. They could belong to any Joe. Technically, we might be a little hot on the fingers. Well, both hands. Maybe tone those down a little bit. But man, what a story, and what a composition.
You
What
can
did-
imagine the person behind the bars, you know, and what might be going through their mind as they're standing there contemplating whatever's next. I do think that that index finger on the left hand that's on camera right definitely needs to be toned down a few points. You don't want to take it clear out because there's some strength in that highlight, but you could soften it.
Exactly.
Next.
Descent, 81.
This is one of those things that's a interesting graphic piece to look at. I understand what I'm looking at, but yet I almost feel like it needs something at the bottom to lead us down to, with the title of Descent. If we wanted to look at something other as a title, you almost have a really cool image with a hint of a face at the top of the image. I'm not sure what title to recommend, but it would give you a whole nother art piece to look at.
But a model small at the bottom with, say, a shopping bag
Yeah.
would just kind of add a dose of perspective that isn't
Yeah.
in this one.
I will point out across the top of the image, and it may actually be in the walls back there, but there's a horizontal line, a dark line area on both sides of the curved piece. I'm not sure what to call it.
Yeah. Probably some sort of shadow the way it looks.
Yep,
And it could have been taken out in post and
that's what I
been
was
an issue.
getting at.
Yeah. Next, please.
Dance of the Tulips, 81.
Boy, that is striking to me. Like the feeling of the motion. I don't know if it was created in camera or what, but it really gives it a wonderful curve, and the dance was stated into it. Color harmony is beautiful.
Yeah, you know, we have some magenta hints in the background, and of course they are in the subject itself. I guess I'm kind of wavering between, is it helpful? They're even in the matte as I see them on, and I don't know how much of an aid that is to the image. But I do enjoy the concept and the presentation.
I've been trying to figure out if I like the spike at the bottom.
That's the thing I was not wild about.
Yeah, and I tend to think I would take it out. But I'd have to get used to not seeing it there. But it's so soft and pretty. The presentation is subtle and fits in with it. Mel, let's move on.
The Fallen, 80.
It's an interesting concept. There's nice textures in it. A little bit blocked up in the shadow areas. I'm not really sure if this is the best set that this image could be photographed on. Again, we're talking about, you know, an image of mixed keys here. I'm just wondering if we couldn't pick a different set and color to have this placement. The reflection on the bottom, I don't feel is really helping the image. And then if we look at the reflection, if we go straight down the middle and then a little over to the right, we have these little squigglies that are drawing a lot of attention.
I was just with my hand thinking, cropping that off really adds the reflection, most of the reflection off really adds to the strength of the image, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
But I do think in a different set, like you were talking about, that was maybe in keeping of why this leaf is here, or give us a reason for that, might help it too.
Leave me alone. I think cropping to camera left up very near the tip of the leaf, and then as you indicated, coming up in the bottom, cropping away a lot of that reflection, gives more power to this leaf before it crumples up and goes away.
Mm-hmm.
Next, Mel.
Fisherman's Best Friend, 81.
Love the light on the fisherman coming into it, and his attention to detail and everything else. The bird up on the stick, I realize that he's flapping his wings and moving, but that is the thing that's holding me back a little bit on this image, is the feeling of the lack of sharpness on the back edge of the wings. It almost feels like it's not connected with the scene.
Well, it does have kind of a real fringy, fuzzy area to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's the spot that's holding, the rest of it looks right, but it's that back edge of the wing that's just giving me issues.
Hmm.
And unfortunately, once my eye goes there, I lose the impact of the rest of the scene.
Yeah. Nice lighting coming in on the man's face, and his legs, carry some of that same light forward. But
Mm-hmm.
now that I've seen that up there on the bird, I'm not looking away from it either. Mr. Mel, something new.
Intimate, 85.
Boy, again, it's just a beautiful art piece to look at. The curving lines, the textures coming down. Oh, boy, I'm not having a whole lot of suggestions here. It's just beautiful.
Well, I enjoy the framing, if you will, bottom left and bottom right. However, I feel the bottom left is just a little heavy, given all of the lighter values of the entire presentation. I think if that can be pulled back a little bit and have, less heavy tonal value, I would appreciate it that much more.
This is one of those images, much as I hate to suggest it, if you flipped it horizontally, put that dark area in the lower right corner, and that line leading from the opposite side might be real interesting to look at.
And there's a good point there, that especially on subjects of this nature, take time and flip them 90 degrees, 180 degrees, and see if they appeal to you. Set them aside and come back and look at them again and see if it works that way, because we read left to right. So if we instead of coming top to bottom here, if we came in left to right with an image rotated 90 degrees to the right, might take us right into that intimate part of the flower that they're showing us. Next image.
Sun-Kissed Viper, 81.
Oh, I really like the concept here in the image. I think it's pretty well done. Almost wish that the nose cone was brightened up just a little bit more to give us emphasis on the front of the plane as opposed to the sunset back here. And then the ground down here, or whether it's technique or whatever, has gotten really crunchy. And I don't feel that that fits with the rest of the scene as well. So maybe soften that back a little bit.
Yeah, I agree.
It's a gutsy in-your-face crop, and this is going to sound really ridiculous, but it's ever so, as I see it, I mean, because of the impact and the cropping and in your face type of a look, are you seeing that it's just, I mean, ever so slightly off center? If we look at the wing camera left, that distance to the side, and then the wing camera right, it seems like it's just a little further to the right.
I believe you are correct.
And it sounds silly, but we've been talking about that all day, you know, as far as the details. And if that's something that's going to catch a judge's attention, it's bound to take them away from a lot of the really good qualities that they should be looking at.
Well, next time they enter it, they can adjust it over.
Right.
Okay, next.
Haunted loss, 85.
Title again, please.
Haunted loss.
Thank you. I think we need to buy into the story here a little bit in order to get into that range of score. Is the loss of a little one lying in front of the model? Is that what we're looking at? The model has a little window to peer out through the clothing, the wrap. It's
Yeah.
challenging for me.
It is me too, and I'm mystified about the image. But you know, when we start going down the list of elements, composition, kind of dead center. Lighting, I think, is handled well. Creativity in terms of the concept, I think, is done well. But you know, now we start looking about the placement of the subjects on whatever it is, a cube, and we lose some of that cube in the background. And I guess I'm wondering, why would it be on a cube? And I apologize if I'm missing the story, but you know, the score of 85 is, I think, is probably fair.
It's hard to really write a critique on this because this is an image that's going to mean to you what it means to you, and it's going to mean to me something different, most likely. You know, unless we had the maker here sitting with us to explain it to us. Or Dave
Right.
Swoboda.
Right.
All right, next image.
Precision flying, 82.
Yeah, these guys put on a whale of a performance, and you know, it is amazing to me always to see the proximity in which they fly to one another. So you can't take that away. The clouds in the background add a certain dimension that you don't see all the time. I feel like the image just is kind of weak. It lacks snap and saturation, and that probably is from the cloudy weather that this has been recorded in. And then the blue matte is just a little too blue. I think you could leave the matte as it is, but then tone it back saturation wise.
Yeah, and I'm not a real big fan of the beveled mats or the liners, you know, especially the top one where we've got, you know, the black running top left down and top left to the right, and then changing into blue. And because we got a lot of that blue going on anyway, I just think that went along a more traditional presentation, it would help it out.
And those bevels can be changed so they look the same all the way around if you work at it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, next.
Hermitage opulence, 81.
I like the lighter part of this image, the gold part, but when we get down into the shadows and the darker area, it just seems to kind of come apart on us.
Yep.
This is a difficult task to manage light in the shadows, light on the dome, and then light on the outside of the sky. Next image.
Illuminating the waves, 83.
That is very interesting. Wow, it's, to me, kind of an abstract art piece with all these nice flowing lines from the bottom to the top that lead us into the lights above, which is nice. I am seeing a diagonal line above the lamps, which I'm assuming is what the lights are hanging from. But creates a little bit of a distraction. I'm not real crazy either about the color of the mat. There's just a magenta cast to it that I don't see in the image itself.
I think if the bottom of the image matched up better with the top of the image tone-wise, it would feel less heavy at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Keith, thoughts? Guess not. Next image, please.
Grand opening, 79.
I'm just seeing an overall softness in the image, and I would love to say soft as in soft focus, but it almost appears to me soft as in out of focus. The matte, I think, could be handled a little differently in terms of the color. It's decent lighting, but I would still either take it down a little bit, the image, or tone the highlights down. We've got that shadow at the bottom of the shaft of the flower inside the leaves, and it's really heavy. So, care would have to be taken to, if we're going to work the highlights, then we need to work the shadows as well.
Yeah, a better defined direction of light, I think, is kind of what it comes down to, and sharpness. It just that that acceptably soft thing just doesn't work for me.
No, me neither.
Next.
Okay, and just so you know, Keith has lost his mic and he's working on trying to get it fixed.
Okay, well, we'll try and muddle through.
Can you hear me now?
Okay,
Yeah.
there you are.
Okay.
Okay,
You're up next.
Oh, I was busy on that. What's the title? Where am I at?
Mel, can you tell
the
me?
next image is the artistry of Navajo sandstone, 80.
Oh, I remember this when it come through. It's a really interesting angle, probably a drone shot coming down on it. I'd look at. Oh, I like the color plays that are within the image. Oh, composition, I think, is handled pretty nicely. Oh, I would wish that maybe you could have brought out the area above the yellow in the toward the upper left area where I almost get a three-dimensional feel of a raised geometrical shape in there.
Mm-hmm.
My biggest concern, and I think
Go ahead, Rick.
Yeah. My biggest concern, though the color I think was handled very, very well. And we see those black little ovals on top, but we have a massive one on the bottom left that just against all that color, it's almost ebony, that just really pulls my attention. And if we can do something with that, then I'm just really being pulled down to it.
Yeah, and I don't really know what we're looking at, so it kind of confuses me from the standpoint of appreciating what it is we're seeing.
The only other thing I would like to add is, as we're looking down on them, I would suggest taking the people out down here, just because specifically there's a couple people in blue shirts in against the reds that are really pulling my eye down into that really don't need to be seen. And what I'm looking at is those dark areas, the ebony areas are actually little water puddle areas.
Hmm.
Lakes.
Okay, next.
Ice Garden, 84.
It's kind of got one of those old Beltrami looks to it. The, with the texture of what I assume is some kind of ice effect between the camera lens and the flowers themselves. The design lays out pretty nicely. I could have a little more space on camera left and not hurt my layout in my mind.
I would agree.
Absolutely.
Next.
Majestic Vista, 86.
Boy, when I'm looking at this particular image, I would love to see it brought out in the highlights of the mesa a little bit more. I understand we're in a real stormy situation. We got a little bit of lightning strike in the left of the main mesa back here. So I realize it's a stormy situation. I'd just like to see more drama in the mesa itself.
Well, that would draw us up into there as opposed to wondering which of those three hills we're supposed to look at.
Mm-hmm.
Nice presentation for what it is. Simple enough. Next image.
From Out of Darkness, 82.
Wow. I'll tell you, this is a beautiful image. I'm drawn a little bit to the upper right corner because of the sun up there, but I just took my hand up to block all of that sky off. And if you did a slimmer print down through that, man, the impact and drama increases tremendously, getting rid of all the sky areas, in my opinion.
And just because you can put it in doesn't mean you should. And
Exactly.
I agree with what you just said. It just gets stronger without it. Because then you come down to this sand dune or whatever it is, and that's a pretty obvious center of interest. Next image.
When the Stars Align, 82.
Again, we see a lot of these Milky Way, I cannot talk, Milky Way images. And I think this one's pretty well done, and it brings the main parts of the Milky Way together in between these two rock formations, kind of pulls it up for me that direction. I wish the foreground and a lot of the shadow sides of the rocky images were darker. To make it feel more appropriate to what I would expect in my mind for the time exposure and the what it would feel like at night in that situation.
Yeah, the tools we have make those adjustments pretty doable. Mel, next.
Listen to the Waves, 82.
This is another image. I love oceans and waves and the feel of it. I sat and watched that a lot. And so this speaks to me, all that movement and going into it. But I really feel like in this situation, we don't need near the amount of sky up there. If it's listen to the waves and the story of all that movement and motion within the waves down here, if you were to slim this down and leave maybe a fraction of the sky up there, I think that could be add to the drama a little bit more. And then the presentation here is pulling me out a little bit too.
Would you crop away that calm, beachy water thing at the bottom some?
I'd have to play with it a little bit as to where I fall with I don't want the main white wave to wind up dead the center in the image. So as I pull down from the top, I might have to pull up from the bottom more to
Mhm.
balance that.
Okay, next image.
Takeoff, 81.
This is an image I can appreciate a lot. Oh, I almost have a feeling of, and I think I'm probably correct in that it's multiple images put together here. Um, but what I appreciate all of the different steps in taking off, but the fourth bird in really feels like there's something wrong with the wing tips as they come down. It's like you're almost seeing translucent through them, that kind of thing. So it lends me to technical excellence when I see that. And I start looking at all the other birds' wings as they come back, and I start noticing some blowing out highlights and stuff. So to get it up into a higher, even higher score, I almost feel like that needs to be addressed.
Good points. Next.
Reunion, 89.
Well, that's a beautiful location, and color harmony is wonderful. I'm not sure I get the reunion unless it's part of the location, the title that direction. Oh, so I kind of sat back when I heard that and leaned to see if there was something I could get for a reunion into it. Um, but overall, the symmetry as it comes down, the warm versus cool tones, everything working for it that direction. I think sharpness is wonderful, light direction is wonderful. What's these other guys say?
Yeah, I agree with the comment about the color harmony, the warms and the cools. It's interesting because I'm sensing kind of an arrowhead type of a shape within the center of the image. The best I can make out of this is it's just a beautiful play on color. I'm struggling as well to um, pair that with the title. So I'm going with it as a beautiful landscape, and so I have to look at it from the technical side, and I'm seeing nice detail in the shadows. We talked about the color coordination or contrast. Highlights are handled well, so I feel that it's pretty much where it should be.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I'm curious about the converging lines coming together and that creating the reunion, so to speak. But then the horizontal strata up above kind of seem to take us in a whole different direction. And I'm not sure how I feel about it. But yeah, I didn't judge it and it got a good score.
Yeah.
Next.
Splish, splish, splash, 83.
Great image of this running bear. I got to photograph them up in Alaska, and they get that motion to them and stuff. And I think the capture is wonderful. The light direction's wonderful. The drama of the scene is captured within this image good. I'm a little bit taken with the background as far as the um almost feels like the water's changing uh uphill or not, but I know sometimes when you photograph at an angle along the shore, that'll do that. So I'm kind of letting that go in my mind.
I could stand to see a little bit more saturation in the image. Next image, please.
Always wait for the rainbow, 80.
Well, we have this phenomenon, and generally it's obviously an overcast and kind of almost a misty look to it, which I think is carried out through this image. I feel that the foreground, especially to camera right, could be taken down just a little bit more. We've got the splotchiness of the bushes against the bare ground, tends to pull my attention away because of the contrast between the two, actually. And then we're talking about green bushes and red earth. So that tends to pull my eye away. But, we've got a real nice valley that we're looking into, and the capture maybe even cropping up a little bit. I don't know, but then we probably lose that valley effect. But I'm not real crazy either about the matte selection color.
Would almost like to see some saturation added to the center section or the back wall of the valley, if you want to call it that. Oh, just to pop that out a little bit more.
I don't think some saturation overall would hurt it.
Yeah.
Okay, next.
Stone Sea Bed, 82.
This is a wonderful texture study coming across here, the way the speculars play across it, pulling us down and around. I'm a little, pulled apart, if I want to call it that, or something from the top right section where it does not have any of those speculars. I don't know if that was natural to the scene or if that was toned down by the maker or what, but it leaves me feeling a little bit disjointed when I look at the image there.
Yeah, I would like to see that with more speculars back in there too. Okay, next.
Blue Mosque, Istanbul, 77.
This is an image that has that kind of faded old postcard type of look to it. And I almost feel like in this particular situation, that technique is hurting the image. If we had some more saturation and some more contrast in it, I'm not sure but what it would have a richer feel.
Yeah, they've done a nice job of getting the building to look straight and strong. And it seems to be all about the exposure.
Right.
Okay, next.
Painted Over Time, 80.
I feel this is one of those as well for saturation that would help it out. Again, I'm struggling with the matte color. If you men think I'm off, let me know. But I just
Definitely agree with the Matt comment here. Oh, I would like to see more saturation and more contrast in this situation.
I would agree with both of you men. Next.
Nature's Mirror, 77.
Presentation that picks up more of the color of the water would probably be more useful. The mirroring that's working in the water is comfortable and easy to understand. This is probably one of those that it's just relaxing to look at, but it doesn't have any real center of interest, and it's probably not gonna, no matter what we do, get driven up into those 80 scores.
Right.
Actually, I'm looking at this as there's a couple of images within this image. If you were to crop off about the bottom half and make it about the tree trunks themselves and a little bit of the reflection is one image. Oh, then flip that option and look at strictly just the bottom half as the reflection as being another image. But in either case, I think you could take either the right-hand side or the left-hand side off so that this predominant center trunk is slid to one side or the other, and it adds to your center of interest feel in either case. But as a whole, that's where I feel like we're just falling in that above average situation.
Good explanation. Next.
Autumn's Dance, 82.
Boy, I like this image. I do not care for the matte, and I think it's because the image is, one of those that has such a feeling of motion and painterly type of rhythm within it. And then we go to what feels like a typical matte texture around there that almost wants to fight with it. This is one, as much as I hate to say it, might be great with a white matte for that museum look, or extremely narrow presentation, or all a no presentation, a full bleed, so that it's all about that feeling of rhythm within the scene itself.
Good options there. Next.
Work Through a Blizzard, 79.
Well, everybody heard what I thought about it during the judging. I'll go back into it. I almost feel like and I have no way of knowing, but it feels like a layer of technique, whether it's a snow layer or whatever's been applied to the surface of the image to intensify the feeling of the blizzard. And in this case, the scale of the snow seems so incredibly large compared to the cowboys and the horses back here and stuff. Oh, and it is so sharp, so that to have that scale, it would need to be, the focus would need to be so close to the front of the camera. And so those were the things that were holding me back on this particular image, as I get distracted with that.
Given that to be what it is, I think we could crop half of the horses out from the right or two camera left sided, or camera left or camera right, and get a more improved composition. Get them out of the bullseye, and the horses, one cropped out compared to another shouldn't really much matter. But I think if we could pull the riders off center, that would help compositionally, notwithstanding what you just said. Okay, Mel.
When the Sun Sets on the City, 82.
Well, nobody's talking, so I will. This is a really nice dusk image, if you want to call it that way. Good detail of buildings all the way around. We don't have any of the glow highlights around that a lot of times you'll see in these. I think that's been handled very well. It's one of those things that, what would I do to make it stronger? And in this particular case, I almost wish there was more to camera left, to slide the main part of the city off center a little bit farther.
Yeah. And then we talked about it earlier today about, little things, nitpicking. If we looked at camera left all the way against the border, we see that little cloud that's a tangent point against the edge. Just take that out. And then up on top center, there's a couple little, I guess they're little bits of cloud or whatever. If we can't identify them, they're going to create a question in our head. So just take care of them as well.
Oh, I identified them for you. It's UFOs.
Oh,
I just had to get a laugh going here somewhere.
that'd be really nice. I
Well,
think
then
I'd probably take a look at pulling those boats out of the water in the foreground too.
That's true.
Right.
Next, Mel.
Driftwood, 77.
Not a whole lot of snap to the image. I'd like to see a little more contrast to the image. Really almost no lighting to create that dimensionality that we'd like to see. Obviously overcast or subdued light, but really nothing on the main subject or on the subject that makes it snap off of the background and have dimension.
If this could
Well-
be photographed again at dawn or dusk, where you've got a good strong directional light coming in, that could really help sell this image.
I would agree, and part of it maybe is the type of wood that we've got here, but a lot of it's the lighting, I think. It feels like the wood is soft and focused in places. So that's part of why I was thinking, boy, if you got some crisp directional light coming across it, it'd get a lot richer.
Okay. Well,
Sleeping Giant, 77.
This is one of those images, as you look at it, you kind of study it and trying to see what you're seeing in front of you here. And to me, it wound up being, as I look at it, the feeling of difference in exposure from top to bottom. And I would almost like to have seen some manipulation, if you want to call it, of the exposure on the very bottom part and draw out more of a face here in the center of the image.
well, somebody should have been over and picked up those leaves.
Oh,
Yeah.
gosh, yes.
Next image.
Morning Stretch, 89.
I was in favor of this image and the score that it got yesterday when we judged it. It's obvious the title works really well with it. We have detail throughout all the whites of the bird. There's plenty of detail in all the dark areas of the scene. The presentation works just fine. And so, when you look at this, all we want to do is come in and just look at that bird with a pointy beak, whatever it is.
Yeah, and I think this is a great example of a proper, if you will, presentation for this particular image. Subdued in terms of color, but really elegant in terms of the double matting. And they're narrow, so they're not commanding so much attention. But you're right. The way this image was captured, that bird just snaps off the image.
I would like to have seen just a hint, and I'm talking, using it like spice, but bring out the highlights on the bird a little bit more to add more dimensionality and pop to him. And keeping it to the bird, maybe the branch that it's on, but don't let it affect anything else within the image, because right now, as I'm looking at it, I got a wonderful surround of branches around the bird that pulls us in and around. Color harmony of the rust colors at the top leads us back down into the beak of the bird. But that top portion, if we let it pop anymore, it's going to draw too much attention up.
Well said. Next.
Seaside, 81.
Yeah, beautiful movement in the water. Everything's going great for us that way. We've got the warm versus cool, leads us down into the beach. It's a wonderful, nice beach photograph, right time of day. The only thing I could see to make it pop even stronger is something down here that beach leading line pulls us to for a stronger center of interest. And it almost has it in the bigger flat rock. There's something on top of it. Right there where all the footsteps kind of lead us toward that darker flat rocks there in the front. If there was a sea lion up there, anything that gives us a little bit more of a pull into it, I think could help elevate that score.
Yeah, I did some cropping and I came up just above that bottom right corner, and we still have a strong leading line from the beach because that's really commanding a lot of attention. Then I also came in at the same time from the right, just right up to about where that vertical line is on that rock. And I felt that was a much stronger composition because that rock is so massive that it's really commanding a lot of attention. And even maybe after doing those things, cropping up from the bottom and the right, toning the heck down out of that rock on the right.
Wouldn't even hurt to lose the sky on that.
Yeah, at least a portion of it. Next image, please.
Bathing Beauties, 82.
I don't know this type of monkey or anything else, but they almost have that, the camera left monkey almost looks like the skin's been softened on the mouth compared to the other ones. So we've got the male and the female type thing going. Oh, interesting subject.
It is, and to me, it's really interesting how the depth of field. I mean, they're both tack sharp, and I don't know how far that background is behind them, but it's going soft as well.
I think the monkey on the left probably moisturizes. But you know, they're paying attention, they're looking back toward the camera as you would like them to. And I think those are snow monkeys, but
I think so too.
you know, I've never owned one. But nice job, simple. Next image, please.
I see you, 86.
Yeah, beautiful scene. I'd love to be there. Obviously overcast day, that kind of stuff, and the way his eyes pop out of there. Oh, super strong.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with your analysis. I guess maybe the horizon coming across the monkey's head can or can't do something.
Yeah. Well, if they certainly put the monkey in the right spot in the frame and left us plenty of interest in the background. The monkey is well separated from the background, and the exposure seems to be pretty tack on. We have those kind of monkeys in Iowa.
I'm trying to think of how much tree climbing you have to do to get your camera angle there.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably a lot. Next image, Mel.
Rustic Fence Line Vista, 79.
You know, when this first came around, I really wanted to like it. And then I just kind of found it hard to figure out exactly where it was going. And then the front end here didn't really hold up very sharp. It looks like it gets sharper as it goes back. And I think this would be better if we could have held our depth of field a lot longer and tell the story of the fence better.
I would agree with that. I felt there were a few issues on the clouds up in here. A couple of them are just totally white back in there. But I'm wondering if, you know, it's a great scene, great opportunity, but is this the correct camera angle from the center of the fence row looking straight down, or is it better to step over to one side or the other and let that line lead us somewhere?
It's a good thought.
You know, and I appreciate the comments, and I totally agree. It's interesting how I guess, you know, whatever backgrounds we have when we see an image and where it kind of takes you. But I just thought this was so cool in the way it impacted me, because it almost looked like a Civil War type of a scene, for better or for worse. But I don't disagree at all with your evaluations.
Mm-hmm. Okay, next image.
Meteors Away, 78.
Well, this is one of those images again, you know, everything speaks differently to everybody else, but I started looking at the Milky Way at the top half and the sky and where it's at. And I'm getting a few little flickers in the water from stars and stuff, but I don't feel like a lot of the things I would expect to find the glows from with this type of exposure actually translated into the water down here. The main area of the Milky Way, I would expect to see a brighter area where this dock goes out into it, carrying across, and instead I've got the glow from the city lights in the three main areas across the horizon line into the reflection, but I'm not picking up the Milky Way glow
Yeah, there
across
were
it.
a couple, I'm sorry. There were a couple things for me. The bottom left corner had kind of a milky look to it. And then the railings, the vertical columns just seem to have a ghosting, a dark ghosting around them.
I think the exposure would have been better made if the photographer had stepped to the right, camera right, 10 steps or so, and get that bridge on a diagonal angle in there rather than just straight flat out from us, and then perhaps could have seen more of that Milky Way in the water. Next, Mel.
Porto Bridge of Light, 78.
This is one of those images that feels too tight. It's about the bridge from the title and everything else, yet I don't complete the bridge within the image here. You know, the structure under the center of the bridge comes down and goes out of the frame down here and stuff. And I just like to see a hair more space on both sides and at the bottom to make this actually come out a little more. Then I look at the overall exposure, and there's a lot of highlights back through the buildings and the background and stuff that are just overly bright. I think the image could have been brought down.
I feel like it was photographed a little bit late in the day, where all those artificial lights are really, really jumping out at us all over the, like the big, huge building in the center back and the one even further back. And then this little one over to camera left above center slightly. They just all seem to be way overlit.
Agreed.
Mm-hmm.
Next image, please.
Graceful Guardians of the Grasslands, 84.
Well, I really like the image here, the concept of it and stuff, and I'm not sure. I feel like it's a painted image, definitely through the background and that kind of thing. But parts of the deer feel distorted. Would be the way I'd say it. When you come down the neck of the deer and you hit the shoulder, and then you start down toward the knees, the legs almost look pushed inward, instead of being more straight and muscular at that point. There's area coming back along the back, and you hit that back hip bone and it bumps up. Maybe that's fresh birth or whatever, but it just has a odd look to it to me.
Yeah, and I'm seeing that light on the back of the deer, and it seems like a little bit on the ear, but shouldn't we be seeing that more along the body? I'm trying to understand how that it just looks as it is like a yellow patch, but I know it's a directional light coming in. I would expect to see that a little bit more on more of the body.
Yeah, it seems like we ought to see it on the top of the hips a little bit too,
Mm-hmm.
on the bigger deer.
It is a beautiful image. And we're being nitpicky and stuff, and I'm probably the king of that. But when I look between the mama deer's legs down here, the grass, between baby deer and the back legs, it's one really soft type of feel. Then I go between the two back legs, it becomes very sharp and grassy. And then when I go just behind the back leg, I've got the one blade sticking up that really doesn't have anything connecting it to the ground. Oh, and it all goes into that technique, that they're working with, but I like to see a consistency as it goes through that plane of focus.
One thing that I just now noticed listening to you, if you go to the bottom below the hooves of the deer and above the edge of the picture, there seems to be several horizontal lines that come through there. I don't know what that would be caused by. Maybe it's just something that happens but needs to be handled. But now that I see it, I keep looking at it and wonder what it is.
I
Yeah,
would
I see what you're
I
talking
agree with that, but I'm going to call it the rising mist.
Okay, the rising mist. All right, let's go to the next one without rising mist.
A morning with a fall, 76.
This is one of those things when you drag images, drag a shutter speed for catching these kind of images. Oh, the speed is great for the upper right portion of the fall, but it's way too slow for the majority of the fall, and you've lost all the detail through the main white areas of the water. And so to me, that's one of those give and take situations where I look for that milky movement to be strongest in the or best in the strongest or larger portions of the water. And so here I think we just missed on the exposure a little bit, and also the control the brightness of the upper left corner and then bring out the shadows a little better.
And we could have brought the pin lines down on the presentation to a lower value, I think. Okay, Mel.
Ready for summer, 80.
I feel like I'm talking all the time, but I'm going to jump into this one. Oh, again, this is one of those things where you have to decide what's most important to you as an artist. Oh, here I feel like the statement is more about the boat docks and the reflection of the water, that kind of thing. And so to get rid of that horizon line going right through the middle like that, I really feel like you could drop off half of the sky. Oh, I'm not sure where to hit on those branches over there, but as I hold my arm across, and I think that increases the strength of the image because you're taking that static horizontal line up higher in it and giving more drama to the reflected sunset and the leading lines of the boat docks pulling us out.
That's really a good point, because I did that crop, and I cropped well beneath that branch that's coming out on camera right top, down to about I don't know, the second or third branch down, and that really does, in my opinion, help the image.
And I would agree. And Keith, don't worry about talking too much. Your points are always solid and good, and you're ready to go. Just go. Next image, please, Mel.
Butch and the Kid, 80.
Again, as I'm looking at it, I almost feel, it's a nice, strong image. It's a deserving of merit image, but I think it could have been even stronger by bringing it overall down more. I think your contrast range would pop up really nicely. I might even do it as 2 layers. And that way, if my black started blocking up on the camera right bird, below the eye, as it comes down the neck, you've got that darker area. You could always go back in and clean that back out of the top layer so that it didn't lose that detail. But I think if you really popped up that contrast and density of the main bodies of the bird and the overall scenes, it would just really come to life.
I think if we could tone down the table they're standing on too, that would help
Yes.
them rise up off the illustration. Rick, anything?
No, you covered it.
Okay. Good to go. Next.
Sunrise at the station, 86.
This is another one of those images that maybe it's a technique or a style that's in in vogue right at the moment, but it has a muddy feel to it. And when I look at the design of the building, we're looking out through this curving, undulating, I'm going to call it a window. It's not a window, but you get the idea what I'm thinking. Toward Union Station back here, it has so much potential and drama to it, but yet it almost feels matted or muted down from what I'd like to see it have the impact that's right there.
Yeah, I agree. And although this did score well, I think if it were snappier, it would be a lot more enjoyable.
Mm-hmm.
Next image.
Serenity amongst impending tempest. 80.
Are we trying to figure out in this scene if we don't have a storm coming over the hill? I mean, I'm not quite sure what I'm not getting here. It's so bright in camera left bottom and the rest of the bottom as well. It's kind of got an infrared look to the trees.
That's what I was going for, is I'm thinking it's probably an infrared type feel. But again, it's one of those things, do we need all this extra information down here? If you were to lose the bottom section of it, how much more stronger does it get? And then I also question the lens that's been used, because the trees on the left are tilting outward and the trees on the right are tilting outward.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, to me, there's a lot of confusing factors here with this image.
Yeah, I think that second key line, the detached, either needs to come in or just done away with all the way. I did do a crop above that fence line, and that improved it a lot. And if they're going to keep it this way, then bottom left corner, we need to take that dark area, just take that out, that little corner.
Mhm.
I think it's much improved if it's cropped as you suggested.
Right.
Next image.
Hop, skip, and jump. 81.
This is an awesome image also. Really like the light direction on I'm going to call it it's not a swan, I'm not sure what it is, but the bird. I think it's really got some drama right there, but I feel like I'm being lost a little bit in the top third of the image. Again, it's one of those that if we crop off, the top third anyway, how much stronger it gets. And I'm not sure, but what you could lose a little bit off the bottom, so that this strong white reflection right at the bottom, if half of that was gone, you get the feel of the reflection, but you don't have that distraction pulling me down there.
Yeah, I think that's good. And I almost think you could experiment with taking a little bit off the left side, camera left side. A little bit too.
And you just said that, and there's out of focus blotches on the camera left area to the left of the vertical dark line
Mm-hmm.
that now hits me with technical excellence questions going on there.
Well, and I saw that whole vertical section from the top to the bottom, and I got the feeling, man, it's that goose or whatever is going to hit a wall. It looks, it looks like because it isn't consistent with the rest of the background. And check out, on the same plane behind the bird, camera right, and how, it's soft and contrasty, but that vertical, whatever it is, 2 or 3 inches, all the way from top to bottom is just really distracting for me.
Somebody will have to play with some cropping and see how these issues weigh out in their mind. Mel, let's go again.
Making Audubon proud. 80.
This is an image, I think it got the score it needs. Made it into that merit category. But it has a really soft, kind of mushy look to it. It adds almost a romance from a dove thoughts wise is where I went with my mind. But yet at the same time, that softness is, if you look at the branch on camera right above the bird, from the top of the branch on outward is soft, but toward the dove gets a little bit sharper. In my mind anyway. And the same, everything below this main branch seems to blur out more so than the bird. So it's one of those things that I just feel it's deserving of merit. I'm not trying to be picky about that, but it just leaves questions in my mind as far as whether it could go farther or higher. And then the key line in this particular case really grabs a lot of attention.
Agreed. We could
Yeah.
take a couple inches off the bottom and not hurt the composition too.
Mhm.
Rick?
No, I was just going to say that top branch that Keith alluded to. In addition to that, I just see, up towards the top, just a bit of a haloing around that branch.
Mhm.
Okay, next image.
Good morning, Lad Park 76.
This
You
is
know,
another, go ahead.
Yeah, nice composition. Obviously, we know the center of interest, but a few things that I think are not helping this image. Number one is the presentation. Sure, we want to maybe look at a museum type of a quality or image, but in this case, I just don't feel that it's beneficial. As we look at the horizon line, we see those vertical lines just to camera left of the sunrise. They could be trees, they could be towers, whatever, but I would recommend taking those out for sure. Exposure wise, I think we're hurting ourselves. We're just not having the detail that we might want to see in the shadows and the dark areas. I'm not saying, see just finite pieces of detail, but still so that they're not blocked up and heavy. Um, you know, those are concerns I have.
I really question whether we even need the sky back there at all. Oh, that colors aren't reflected in the foreground. Oh, to any main extent, they aren't complementary to the foreground. To me, it draws my eye up to the sunset. Then I come back to the flower, but I don't stay at the flower long enough. I go right back up to the out of focus sunset.
There's a horizontal line that comes right out from the flower on camera right. Could be taken away.
Mhm.
There seems to be quite a bit of sensor dust along that water line that definitely needs to be cleaned out.
Yeah.
Okay, Mel.
Rage 79.
Man, there's so
Yeah.
much potential for this image. I think I just feel an overall weakness in the exposure. I mean, we can print this down quite a bit and get more of the intensity of the skin and the muscles. I am not taking issue with the composition. A lot of times we talk about bullseye, but there's a tensity or a tension in this image that I think is really worthy of working out.
I was gonna say, to me, he's pretty much said everything. I'd try bringing it down quite a bit, but I feel like the highlight line along the one front leg here is going to be an issue all the way, even if you bring it down. I think the exposure is just off a little bit. And the other thing, I know you can't, get these animals to cooperate with every dream you could want, but I would love to see the face of the animal coming into the light instead of the backside of the animal at the end of the light.
Well, they should have asked him to turn around.
Mhm.
But I think if this gets into the range to view it that we're interested to see, I think it's going to have a lot of power.
I agree.
And the matte is just too much. It's just too dark and the wrong color. So they can experiment with that a little bit. Mel, can we have another, please?
Opposites attract, 78.
Yeah, interesting concept, and I get what we're trying to convey here. Concerns for me, a lot of matte on here that I feel just really isn't necessary. We've got some issues with the for me anyway, on the bottom left corner, that diagonal, I'm gonna guess it's some kind of a stem that's coming across, as well as the above that to the left and top. I'm not so sure we even need all that real estate to the left and the right, and we've got this vertical stem, let's call it, coming down on the right. Maybe just cropping in and making a vertical of the image might be beneficial. I do like the way the background was rendered, so that it's totally out of focus.
I was looking at this and you nailed it. I was doing a vertical. I was getting rid of the stem on the right, and then I'd say at least a third in from the left, make that a strong vertical that direction. I see that as being a really interesting image from that direction as well. Oh, and for some reason my head went to American Gothic because I'm sitting here looking at it.
Yeah, mine too. Just need a pitchfork. Next image, please.
Unwilling, 77.
I'm just sensing softness in this image, and I don't mean soft filter, as I mentioned before, but soft as in out of focus. Are you guys seeing that?
I would agree with that. The leaf sticking out here, there's parts of it that look sharp to me. And then there's issues in the background. That's the diagonal kind of magenta colors in and around that almost look like it could be nature out of focus back there with bokeh, but in my mind it feels like there's maybe some image issues too.
And there's a lot of negative space below that I'm just not sure is helping the image.
Agreed. Next, please.
The Hitchhiker, 80.
This is a really interesting image to look at. Is an illustrative piece. I'm trying in my mind to justify the noise in the background of the images that's been put to. I assume what I'm seeing has been put together in layers here, and that texture and the majority of the image is fighting with the simplicity of what's going on with the subject in my mind.
I think the other overall color of the image, including the background, the spider and the stems, all just appears to be kind of yellow.
Yeah.
Mel?
Mukunta, I'm gonna butcher this. Mukunta Weep, 81.
It's a nice peaceful scene. The presentation could be a much cooler color. I think that color they've chosen is just too brown. Something cooler and maybe less saturated would be good. A continuous pin line that goes around instead of this bevel look. And then, it's just really pretty and peaceful to look at. It looks like you'd kind of like to throw a paper boat in there and kind of see where it goes.
I would, if I was trying to make a suggestion to try to pop this up a little farther, I would play with bringing the foreground, all the shadowed area, down in density a little bit more, and then try to bring the sky area up in saturation a little bit more. And I'm allowing that to include the bringing the saturation up the tree that's on the far right side so that it doesn't look like there's a funky line where the sky hits into the leaves and that kind of thing. Oh, but I think you could add more three-dimensionality just by playing with the elements foreground versus the sky in the background.
Okay. Next image, please.
Side Serenity, 75.
And I enjoy the concept. I'm just getting a feeling that the pier just is kind of leaning to the right. I appreciate the fact that we dragged the shutter to get some softness in the water, but that's something that's really concerning me. We keep talking about presentation, and I just don't feel that this presentation is helping the image.
Next image.
Stop Flirting with the Photographer, Earl. 81.
Great title for the story.
Doggone Earl anyway. You know, we could probably get rid of the leg that's coming out of the back goat, if that's what it is, coming through under the belly of the front one. I think it'd be easy enough to believe it's hidden behind the front legs of the near one. That's just a small thing, but it shows. Presentation is decent.
To me, when I'm looking at the image here, I was looking at the presentation feeling it's decent, it's okay, but could it have been stronger? I'm thinking, again, take that texture and lessen it on the mat, because you've got the snow flying through the scene and everything else. And then I get to that mat over here and it just feels a little bit like a juxtaposition to me.
What do you think about saturating the image up a little bit?
Could be great.
I feel that it needs that. That was going to be my comment, to print it down and maybe just a little more saturation.
Might give it a little more power. Next, please, Mel.
To Stand Alone, 77.
To me, when I'm looking at it, I just feel like there's a lot of the stem itself coming up to it that is just missing in focus on it. And that's why in my mind it fits in that category.
Yeah, we have some bokeh back there, some circles of confusion that are distracting. I mean, the background itself is rendered well in terms of shallow depth of field, but those little areas can, I think, be taken care of quite easily. A little bit too much matte, in my opinion. But where we could go with this to get it into the next category, I'm really not sure that that's something that would happen.
I think we could take a third to a half off that stem and improve the composition some. Next,
Yeah.
Mel.
Blue Dasher Dragonfly, 81.
This was an interesting kind of illustrative poster type of feel. It gave a really good drama to the wings of the dragonfly. I was a little bit bothered by the treatment that has been happening to the stem and around the body of the dragonfly and stuff. And I'm thinking that's one of those fine edges or glowing edges or something like that technique that's been run on it, but it left it kind of broken up and grainy to me.
Presentation works with it. I think it's, it's busy. Maybe we don't need the second line, but the colors work well. What do we say we take a 5-minute pause for the cause, guys?
That would be great.
Sounds good.
Okay. You boys ready?
I am ready when you are.
Okay. Rick, Keith, you guys good?
I'm here.
Okay. We can just find Keith now.
Your voice is holding up quite well, Bobby.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of weird why it went away, but
Yeah.
most
So
people
we're
probably rather
back.
I just shut up, but okay, Mel, next image.
All right, here we go. The color of dusk, 80.
Really peaceful looking image, comforting to kind of look at. It's a surreal type of color almost, but I feel like, I mean, with the very top peak, you've got a little hint of specular on there. Almost wonder what had happened if you just up that contrast a little bit stronger on this image.
Well, that might be the solution to popping that nose off there a little more.
Yeah, not a real big fan of the presentation. One or two of those mats, one or the other, I think would benefit it.
There is one comment I'll make for viewers to be aware of. If you look at the lower right corners of the inner lip mat, you'll notice that it is a translucent layer and that the trees or rocks are coming through that white lip. You probably don't want to see that happening.
It's just a matter of looking for it and changing a setting.
Yep.
Okay, next image.
Make a wish, 77.
Yeah, it's a nice concept, and I certainly get it, but unfortunately, that puff, for lack of a better word, is just really blown out. Just not seeing any kind of texture or detail in it, and I'm gonna guess that that's one of the main things that kept it from getting a higher score.
I
And
would
the
tend to
stark
agree.
matte. Sorry, Keith, go.
I said I tend to agree with everything that was just said.
And the stark matte probably is, made it suffer a little bit. Next.
Coming in hot, 80.
This image, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Got into the merit category, and I have to say I wasn't in favor of it getting into the merit category. We've got great detail in the puffin. I mean, good exposure, sharp as a tack. What bothered me, couple things were the background. We've got all of these yellows and greens and oranges that are just competing for attention. And I think a comment was made too, and I'll leave this to my colleagues about the feathers and something that was going on there.
Yeah, I was looking at the outer wingtip feathers on both sides have um, a cutout feel to them. I can't say that's what's happened or anything. But on camera right side, it's got the white lines around them all the way around. The camera left side, they have that super sharp edge line to them that just doesn't look like it's natural to me. Then on top of that, I almost feel like when you're looking at the puffin and how sharp the puffin is all the way back through the feet, and yet when I look at the foreground down here, the grasses and everything else, nothing in there is showing us a plane of focus in it. So it just kind of left me feeling a little bit uneasy with how it was put together.
It is a little bit confusing. Next image.
A magical land, 81.
truly is a magical land. I love the northern lights. The way the stars are pulled in here, keeping all the detail within the foreground and stuff, the movement from the waterfalls, and then having the reflection of the Aurora Borealis in the water of the stream down here ties the reality and everything together so nicely.
I don't know. I guess and I agree. It's a beautiful image. I'm just wondering if the foreground couldn't have been toned down just a little bit, and maybe it's just me, but maybe it's atmospheric, but I'm sensing a bit of a halation or haloing behind the mound.
I tend to believe that probably is atmospheric. I'd like to comment on the mat. It's just, again, the wrong color. We need to move into something more cool colors than this and see if it supports the image better. No.
Leading me home, 81.
I like
Sorry, go ahead.
I like the title with this. It does kind of give you a place to go. The tree that's on camera left at about 11 or 11:30 is awfully bright. I think it could have been toned down and allowed us to see down into that tunnel better. And I think then we would have had the leading me home thing would have been much easier to comprehend.
Actually, as I was looking at it, I was just cropping off the left-hand part of the image here down through the center of that tree. Oh, and I get a lot stronger feeling of the leading home. I get into that tunnel you were just talking about, and it takes away a lot of that brightness that was just mentioned.
Okay. Next image.
Moving out, 79.
To me, when I look at this scene, a lot of it, it starts out and I flow through it, but I get to that lead horse up here, and unfortunately, it appears that it was tried to bring down. It was maybe overexposed and super white or something, but it has a really muddy look to the whites in that
It sure
leading
does.
horse.
It sure does.
It would have been better left alone, probably.
Probably.
You know,
Next
I think there's
image.
something to be said for these types of images, whether they're scenic images or landscape with animals or what have you. I think that the time of day has to be considered the optimum time of day. I could see this as a early or late light and just would add so much more drama to the image.
I feel like it is a fairly angular light coming across it. Oh, I just wish they were leading into the light instead of away from it.
And if we could just get the Marlboro Man to show up
There you go.
right about dusk. Okay, next, Mel.
Carolina is calling, 79.
To me, the first thing that jumps out is we've just got way too much sky. I don't think we need all that. If we could crop down closer to the bridge, I believe Carolina would still be calling, but we wouldn't have to worry about all that space up there.
And I think it could be a lot stronger that way and maybe pop the contrast of the whole horizon line clouds layer with the bridge back there.
Okay, next.
Into the woods, 79.
Well, this is one of those images, that's got all the motion and everything to it. And to me, in this particular case, it feels incomplete. Doesn't have a resting point, but it isn't the whole image that's the resting point. And I don't know if you went to a super slim and cut off the right, the two great big heavy, what I appear to be trees. If you cut all that off on the right there, it becomes an image that maybe is a little bit stronger. But as it just is lacking to me.
I would agree. Next.
Chilly start to the day, 83.
It looks like he's got a lot to say first thing in the morning here, and you know, as you all know, you've been around birds and get up and start calling at the crack of dawn, and so that may be what's going on here. The texture in the bird um, seems quite good, and the detail in the bird's head and feathers seems quite good. It's just he's just sitting there without great intent, it seems.
He's got the foggy breath coming out of him to get the chilly morning. The thing that's bothering me is the bird feels painted, and maybe even painted with a somewhat larger brush. And then the branch that he's sitting on does not feel touched at all with the same technique.
Yeah, I could do without the fresh breath coming out.
Me too.
Agreed.
Next.
Danger in the grass, 78.
Yeah, we've been talking about presentation quite a bit, and I'm in the position that this presentation is just not helping this image at all. We're taking part of the scene and using it as a background or in the mat. We've got the image way far to the right, and we've got a bunch of territory or real estate to the left on the mat, trying to justify why we would do that. A lot on the top and the bottom, just misses the mark for me.
And that outside mat just doesn't do anything for the presentation at all.
And
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about.
Yeah, I agree.
I'll say I like a lot of real estate on some of these images, but this feels like way too much real estate. And even when I get to the subject itself, the grass is covering up part of his face, and we don't get into the intensity of that face. So just, I can't say that there's anything here that I could recommend to try to up the score.
It's kind of a near miss.
Mm-hmm.
Next image.
Art of the San Juan River, 86.
I find this really interesting, the layers of the rock and that, but the river just looks so dead. I mean, I don't know. That's probably honestly the color it is, but I wonder if there's not some way to sparkle it up a little bit and make it look more alive and more inviting.
Oh, in my look at it, to get light into the river down there, you lose the feeling of all these layers and stuff that goes back and forth, and almost feels a little too flat a light in it the way it is, which I understand it's mostly cloudy day, but to get those layers to really pop more, I'd like to see more highlight shadow detail in there.
I think you're right. Next image.
Outer Banks Pier, 83.
That's a really good score for this image. As I'm looking at it, I'm seeing a really contrasty image, lack of detail in the shadows. It's really, and maybe that's the artistic way that we're supposed to look at it, but I'm just a little troubled with the especially that what do they call those posts in the water?
Piers.
Posts, they call them posts in the water.
Posts in the water, right?
Yeah.
Especially the one far camera right to the bottom. I mean, it's almost just a block of black. So, and I apologize if I'm being too intense on the image, but something that really concerns me. And then I look at it and I think, well, what if we cropped in from the right a little bit, and then we have a stronger leading line from from the pier leading out, but just some thoughts I have.
I agree with the cropping off that far right post. And as I'm looking at, there's, highlight issues in the clouds up in here. I could easily see cropping down 2/3 of the sky off of that, and how much stronger as I'm putting my arm up here. It adds to the feeling of distance and depth going back in through that pier.
I think after we do all that, we should take a look at that horizon back there where there's a light cloud line along the whole horizon. And I don't want it to be mistaken for something else. That might need to be taken down so that it doesn't jump out so much. Next image.
Shaken, not stirred, 79.
Yeah, I'm looking at this image and seeing that, gosh, that heavy magenta cast in the wave. Is it natural? And if it again, is it adding to the image? Is it natural? Is it something that we need to work on, especially against that berg or whatever it is to the right, and how the aqua blue it is compared to that wave and the water leading into the wave.
It has a really nice pastel feel to it, but I keep thinking, man, this might be a lot stronger, darker. And then I'm also in my head going, what would it be like in black and white?
Black and white. Yep.
At least we would eliminate the color issues.
Right. Yeah, and then those really extreme highlight areas, speculars on the ice in the back.
Well, the presentation will work just as well with color or black and white, I think.
Right.
Yeah. Next image.
Shapes in the sand, 81.
This is a beautiful, strong image. The highlights versus shadows are awesome. Part of my mind wonders if it's either too tight to make it really scream, that it needs more space around it to get the feeling of this dark part of the on camera, right? The dark part of the dune, let it move over a little bit within the scene, or crop in even tighter and take images out of it. I'm thinking there's a really interesting section clear to the left edge, coming down from the top, and not getting the part where the dune looks like it's starting to get out of focus in places, but where the sand has shifted and there's like 5 dark spots in an area down in there. That could be an image all of its own right there.
You'd have to experiment with it and see which crop
Yep.
works better. Okay, next.
Fancy feathers, 87.
What can you say? I mean, it's beautiful color harmony. The textures are wonderful. The drama in the face is wonderful. If you could just talk those birds into turn around and face in the light.
Well, they're just stubborn like that.
I'm kind of wondering too if we didn't take the density of the background down just a little bit. The color harmony is handled very, very well. I'm just thinking, we took it down whatever percentage just to, especially behind the head and the neck of the bird, it's kind of bright. And then the talon or whatever, I guess that's what you call it, a bird, but a little bit more of a definition or detail, but as it sits, beautifully done.
Agreed. Next.
On the Hunt, 83.
Again, striking, beautifully done image. I feel like we could have had a little bit more detail in the whites on it. A little bit of ultra crisp line on the back edge of the wings that give me a little bit of a sharpening type of feel. I'm not 100% sure of that, but I have that feel. Kind of a classic image.
I think if we could open up the shadows under the wings, that would give us a more subtle image, I believe.
The other thing is I feel like the color's off a little bit. These birds have some more brown in them.
Mhm.
It feels awfully cool within the scene here.
Those are one of those blue eagles. Next image.
Winter Prelude, 81.
It's an interesting image. It certainly tells the story. I feel that from halfway down, um, you know, the snow, I would like to see it a little more, maybe whiter. I just have this blue cast throughout the snow. I think that if we were to, as well as the background on top, um, or the sky or whatever that is, but you know, just maybe try to bring it into a little bit of a truer tone.
It's hard to know what else to do with it. I mean, it's just such a simple image.
It is a simple image, and it's one of those that is compelling to look at, which is wonderful. But I'm sitting here playing with things and just cover up the top 2/3 of the image and look at it in your mind of what happens to that image. It becomes a whole different view. It might even flip it so that the sky would be up then if you did that, but it's just another viewpoint within that same image. That's what Dave Sabota taught me a lot of, is look for an image within the image.
That makes sense. Can we have the next image?
Outstanding, 78.
I wish the tree was separated from the background a little bit more to make it more outstanding.
And I think we need to rotate the scene clockwise a little bit. The tree seems to be leaning to the left.
Well, he's out from the forest, so the winds are blowing him over a little.
Ah, never thought of that. The presentation is very hard to see, so perhaps darkening up that presentation a little bit to make it pop off the page a little better would help. Mel?
The Sentinel, 80.
I like this image when we judged it at first. Looking at it again, I think it could use some work in the highlights on the bird to put some detail back in. And I think probably we could take off a little bit to the camera left of that tree and not hurt anything. I don't know that we would need all that.
As well as from the, I'm cropping from the top just underneath that branch, this first branch from the top.
Agreed.
Just leave the one long curvy branch. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Next.
Mum's the word, 85.
Beautiful, simple rendition of this flower. It's got a lot of texture into it from the light direction. Oh, the stem has a nice curvature to it that makes it less static. I can see this excellent.
Okay. Next image.
Camouflage, 82.
Can't see him.
You know, it's a neat concept, and the framing with the mountain behind is nice. I just feel that the overall image is weak. We need to print it down a little bit more, pull out a little more highlight and shadow in the image. really neat story. Maybe even cropping in from the right so we can pull him into a stronger PowerPoint. Maybe even
would-
from the bottom as well.
Yes, agreed.
Agree with all of that. I would like to see the light direction on his face be enhanced more.
Yes, I think we could do that. Next, please.
Silent Sunrise, 87.
It's just a beautiful image. You sit and you look at it and you look at it and oh, it's fun to sit and look at. I would like to have maybe seen the top, well, almost the diagonal from upper left corner to lower right corner, darken it as you go to your right. That area being brought down in total value a little bit more would intensify the sky, take care of the super highlight greens over here, and add to the richness of the scene, I think.
If you guys have a piece of paper or your hand or whatever, that bottom left, about a third to camera right, you see that tree or foliage or whatever.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm cropping just above that, just barely above that. What are your thoughts?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it cleans up a lot of that confusion underneath it there.
Right. And then I'm drawn to that little, whatever, that purplish color thing in the bottom left, because we have all of these beautiful colors that are harmonized, but yet we have that one in the bottom left that really pulls my attention.
I think we could pull some of that sky out too if we're going to crop that bottom off.
Yeah.
Okay, we fixed it. Next image.
It's still a powerful image the way it is. So
Oh,
It is.
absolutely. Well, the score reflects that.
Nature's Final Note, 87.
again, wonderful image. I like the story, the way the stem is coming down, the textures within it. The only thing that's bothering me a little bit is I feel like the textures in the background maybe are distracting instead of enhancing the story, maybe distracting me because when I
Yes.
come down and look at that and then I pull over to the specifically camera left of the stem is where my eye keeps coming back to that texture in the background.
Yes. Mel, what was the title again, please?
Nature's Final Note.
Oh, okay. Now the curvature of the stem down to the flower, isn't that like a musical? I know nothing about music,
Treble
but
clef.
okay, thank you. That's what really connects things for me. So I would be, supporting this in that category easily. Just a little bit of attention, no, just a bit of tension, right and left with the flower petals coming close to the edge. But given the theme of this image, I guess that would create the tension that you'd want because it's on its way out. Treble clef, I'm gonna have to remember that.
Geniuses. Okay, next image. Genius.
Wave to New York, 77.
This is one of those images when I looked at it, it fits in the category it's in. I look at everything above the water line is really needs to be brought down exposure wise. It feels like a miss in exposure. When we get into the wave, we've got a little bit of highlight blown, but I mean it's pretty much in there. And then the extra area down here at the bottom, I think we could crop off some of the sky up there and balance it out a little more. I know that's going to put the horizon line more in the middle, but it'll lift the city skyline up out of the middle, which might help things a little bit. But really, what it draws me to is the wave to New York, and you've got the blue reflected from the sky and the water, but that is some nasty looking wave.
And pretty in its own way. A wave only a mother could love. Okay, Mel,
Sculpted, 85.
Oh, cow. Man, I have evaluated this image before, and there's so much power to this image in terms of the technical, great detail throughout the image. You know, gives you that, certainly that feeling of frigidity, I guess. Great composition leading in, just a little bit of a relief of the image, you know, in the warmth of the sun, of the horizon. Man, a lot of things can be said well about this. If I had a concern, again, we go back to the key line. I'm not sure if there is if there even is one on this, but I think it would benefit it if there isn't.
it seems we have more space on the camera right of the pier than we need by quite a bit. Did you experiment with cropping on that?
I'm doing it right now.
I would agree with you.
Sure.
The only other thing I would suggest, if you're trying to pop this up even higher, I mean, it's a gorgeous image the way it is, but I might play with pulling up the highlights only on camera left side of the ice sculpture and along where it comes along the cables as we come up there and stuff, just to increase that light direction just subtly, just a little spice. I wouldn't take it very far.
Sounds good. Next
and-
image.
Shifting Sands, 82.
Again, abstract art. Really interesting to look at. I would almost suggest just a hint more saturation and a little more contrast. And then there are, I'm trying to figure out how to describe it, just low of center and just to the left of center, there is an orange,
Yep.
whatever I'd take out.
That might be a bad pixel.
Next image, please.
Fall Palette, 82.
I think I've been on this spot on the road and photographed this scene. It feels a little bit oversaturated to me. In the colors of the yellows and the oranges down here. But otherwise, you know, waiting for the time when the clouds open up and give you some specular highlights pulling across there would be what would pop it up more.
It's really a beautiful vista to look at. Next image.
Polar Meltdown, 82.
You know, I really appreciate what's going on here compositionally. We've got the formation on the left, balanced by the formation on the right, which leads us into the image. My concerns are the formation on the right as we look at the snow, and there's some gray areas there that I can't explain. Certainly can't be dust and dirt that's floating around and landing. Same thing with on the left side, where it's just not quite the value that we see in the rest of the scene. So I'm just wondering about that. Maybe you men can help me.
All I can make is gut feeling theories that maybe those highlights were toned down a little bit. On the one where the rock formation from the left comes in and you see the snow bank that comes on down to the center. If you look along that rock wall, the snow coming up into there, even going up into the sky a little bit, has that same kind of muddy edge to it, like it was been pulled down a little bit or something.
Right.
Oh, I really wish you hadn't pointed that out to me, because that's what I'm seeing now. Oh, I'm sitting here looking at it again, thinking cropping on an image. Oh, assuming you could fix those areas in the snow. If you were to lose the majority of the rock on the camera left to just left an inch or so of the little pocket of snow that's in the shade, that's kind of blue snow, make that the edge of your frame and look what it does to the composition of the scene. And then if you lose a third of the sky and pull that in, it makes it more about the polar melt and the glaciers and stuff.
Right.
Makes sense.
It's still a beautiful scene.
Next image.
Duro River Serenity, 85.
Well, nobody's talking here.
Well, we're thinking, we're thinkers.
This is again one of those beautiful images. Oh, I'm looking at time of day that it was photographed again. Some of the buildings look like the incandescent light, or the building lights, whether they're incandescent or not, are overpowering within the scene. Oh, that would be the thing that if you could, change one thing, that's what I would try to control those building lights so that it becomes more incredible about the river and the boats and everything that's set in here.
I think if it could be photographed a few minutes earlier in the day, that would help also with some of that you're trying to control. Okay, next image.
The Guardian, 79.
The Guardian is the tree here, and we had a chance to review this image yesterday, and there's so many places to look. I likened it to seeing Where's Waldo and just trying to find a specific place to look. There's just so many different centers of interest that it's hard to nail it down to just one.
Unfortunately for me, when I'm looking at it, I see the bright spots, which, besides the gray moss, it goes to that bright yellows that pulls me through what I'm assuming is the Guardian to the background. And so, like my previous juror just made a comment, I bounce all over the place. I don't land on my Guardian.
Okay, next.
Life Finds a Way, 86.
I was really
Again.
intrigued by this image a lot, and as it stood, I felt it could stand to have some cropping. On camera left, there's kind of a strong vignette looking thing, and I don't think we need any of that. I think we could crop most of that off and then let the image carry out the rest of the way and pull the center of interest a little bit off center. I think make it a little stronger.
Yeah, I liked the symmetrical look of the image. I was really quite taken by it, the warms against the cools, and then this tree that we have right in the middle of the composition reflected obviously down below. So I enjoyed that. I just felt that maybe it was you know, the vignetting was mentioned, maybe just a little over vignetted or burned in on the especially on the bottom, if it was.
I would second those comments. Oh, I'm trying to crop it in and it works that way, but I do like the symmetry of it. To me, it's the bright upper right corner that wants to keep pulling my attention. That I feel like that could maybe be caught down a little more and lighten the left-hand side, like was mentioned. But when you crop, you could also do essentially a square. Come into the little peak on camera right and come into about equal distance on camera left and look at that as an option too. And it keeps the symmetry, it keeps the beauty and loses that deepening on the left-hand side and the bright upper corner that pulls my eye.
I like that.
Good idea. Okay, next.
The Birches, 82.
Peaceful, relaxing, looks like something you might see down the hallway of a professional office. It's you know, there's a little bit of a rock or something there in the center. You could you know, you could designate that as your center of interest, or you could walk just past it and go into a gap over here on the left, and like it's a doorway, and that could be your center of interest. It's really beautiful to look at.
Yeah. I personally, I'd like to see the top of the trees. I think that would be a more complete rendition of this image.
Be interested to see what it has that way. I'm sitting here looking at the image and part of me, I mean, it's beautiful to sit here and look at, so don't get me wrong on it, but I'm trying to envision in my mind of it big. And as I'm doing it, I almost feel like it's a little crunchy throughout. I don't know if it was a little bit of a technique that's been run on or what, but the leaves specifically above that rock, as you get into those yellow leaves, start to look really more crunchy is the best word I can get for it. Then I notice it throughout the image in those yellow leaves specifically. Again, still a beautiful image. I'm not trying to downgrade that.
No, well, we're just here to offer suggestions, and those are good ones. Okay, Mel?
Separation anxiety, 84.
Good
Great
tile
image.
sitting here by himself. You know, it's got a nice crop to it, but it's not too tight. Certainly not too loose.
I really enjoyed this image, you know, and as I'm going through it, seeing the color harmony, man, that is just tack sharp. And in my opinion, the exposure is just right on. We're seeing, you know, nice detail in the fur, in the ears, in the face, nice presentation. I can see where it landed in that category, and actually, I could see it going up a little higher.
Well, that's kind of what I was sitting here thinking too, but I can't see a lot to suggest to help the image. It's wonderful.
Okay, next.
Water Park, 80.
I mean, the title and the storytelling is wonderful in the image. I do feel like the whites of the horse neck feel muddy in there above the reins that doesn't feel muddy between the neck strap and the rein. So it feels like something's happened in there somewhere. But nice image.
Kind of looked to me like the blades of the horse's face has been toned down too. It's got that sort of muddy light look we've talked about all day.
Well, and even into the fur of the rider's jacket.
True. Next image, please.
Rock solid, 89.
You know, I
Oh.
think this has got a nice look to it. The exposure seems nice. I believe we could bring it down and richen it up a little bit, maybe snap it up with some contrast, and it'd be all that much better. I don't know how much of that sky we really need to keep. We could experiment with taking half of it off, and maybe even down here in the water, maybe take some of that reflection away.
I like the space around it myself. I could see maybe losing some of the sky up there. Bigger thing for me is the matte choice here is it just doesn't feel like it's helping. It feels like it's washing it out. And I mean, I can kind of see those colors within the scene, but yet they don't look like there's nothing within the presentation that leads me to what the artist wanted us to view first.
Good thought. Next, Mel.
No salad, just fish, please. 92.
That's an interesting capture. Releasing whatever that the salad from the talent on camera left. I guess I'm seeing kind of a color concern for me here underneath the bird's beak on the throat area, I guess. You know, we have a greenish cast, as do we have on the underneath both wings as well. So I think that's something that we might want to address. It's a gutsy crop too, with coming in right and left on the wings.
Well, you have to work a little bit to see what he's got, but it's worth it once you see it, once you do see it.
I beg. What'd you say, Bob?
I said you have to work a little bit to see what he has, but then it's
Right.
worth it once you do see it.
Right.
Okay, next image.
Uphill both ways, 82.
I'm wondering if you guys are thinking what I'm thinking as far as a crop coming up an inch or two from the bottom. We have a lot of information that's muted, you know, darker, and I just feel if we came up just an inch or so to clean up or crop out all of that bottom area, I think would be helpful to this image.
Well, we have kind of a little blue light trap at the top. I think we could crop that out and not hurt anything.
I would say I like the bottom because it's the water bay where the glacier's breaking off into it, so it gives it the relief from the stark white and the super cold, and then the way the glacier's coming down and caving in. So to me, the bottom was important to it. I could agree with taking some of that or even all the sky off of it, make it all about that point right there.
Okay. Good points. Let's have another image.
Shadows on the dunes, 83.
I find
don't
this
have a lot
really,
of- Go ahead.
I found this really compelling and I was wanting to fight for it so well. And then real big issues started to pop up. Camera left, where the dune hits the sky up there, you got a super strong white line that follows down the one line, and then come over a dune and the white line follows down again and really starts to play into whatever's been going on here. Oh, and it's not like it's a backlight line because the light would be coming from the opposite direction. So that's where technical excellence started to fall down for me. Also, I was surprised at how dark the dunes are in between the stark white of the mountain and the foreground here.
Now, are they dark because of a particular color of sand? Or is there some other phenomenon making them dark?
I
I
can't
couldn't
answer that.
answer that question, but you know, in terms of cropping, when we evaluated this image, there's that area at the very bottom of the image that slopes down to a point. And I felt that if we cropped above that and maybe even further up, maybe halfway into the dune in the foreground, it would have a little more impact.
Okay. Next image.
Just checking, 83.
Interesting piece that the bird's obviously looking at something. The maker would have us imagine he's inspecting his prey, and he perhaps is. The eagle, to me, his white feathers have gotten kind of smoky looking, and then underneath the wing, it's kind of blocked up in the shadows. And so I think probably this could use some adjustments to it before it goes to the next level. Presentation is fine for me.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Next image.
In the pink, 76.
Yeah, for me, you know, that's a saturation concern, as well as a lack of presentation, which 99.99% of the time will help an image. Different things like on the far right, at the horizon of the lake, and to the right, it just totally blocked up shadows, you know, and then we have highlighted areas to the left along the bank that you know, with these tall trees that I guess they're trees that with the trunks that are just so bright, and then again, you know, the horizon line immediately in the middle of the presentation. So just some concerns that can be worked on.
I'll say I always, when I see these type of images, I stop and think you have two different images here. Do you like the sky? If so, crop some off of the bottom and make it about the image there. Or if you like the reflection, then crop some of the sky off to get that center line, like was just mentioned, out of that dead center zone. In this particular case, I think it's just that balance issue. It needs to collect a little bit, plus the detail issues that were already brought up. One thing I will add is if you look at the left-hand side of the image from the mountain peak left, in the tops of the trees, it appears that it was brought down, the sky was brought down, and it's incomplete with the trees going on down. So it's like leaving a dark line in the tops, and then it gets lighter before it gets into the lighter green.
It seems like this file is just way out of shape to bring it along to, you know,
Yes.
the final image. Okay, Mel.
Portrait of a titmouse, 77.
When I'm looking at this particular image, it's very flat light on the bird here. But the bigger concern for me is it feels like the background has almost been painted into a portrait type of background. And then coming into photorealistic on the bird and the branch down here, and then we get blurry, like whatever technique's been added to the background. As it comes up under the branch, it loses its crispness and sharpness there. So it's an incomplete cohesiveness as far as treatment. And then that overpowering stroke out here is so white that it wants to just, you try to come to the bird and you're pulled right back out to that stripe.
Yeah, it's a great critique. Next image, please.
Resilience, 81.
Resilience, it means the snow lasts longer than usual. I'm not really sure quite what I'm supposed to buy into this. The moving water to me is almost too much. And I think I would enjoy seeing that slowed down. And then you know, we don't have any real color in this image to kick around and saturate, but I just think it's got too much motion in the flow. Next.
Alone at Last, 79.
Okay, on this particular image, I get the storyline that's coming in here, but I feel like the exposure base on the lifeguard shack itself is just a little weak. We need to bring that down a little bit more. And then you have a super strong white horizon line all the way along there, which I don't know if it was sharpened a lot or what's going on, but it just, that line is really stark and pulling on me.
And that line you're talking about can be fixed.
Yes.
If you do sharpening, and you should maybe go back and look for those sort of places, and then you can just clone right into them, and they'll be gone very quickly.
Even use the history brush set back to the stage before that and just go right along it and let it go soft right at the horizon. It'll be just fine.
It's a great way to move it. Next image, please.
Ravaged by Time and Neglect, 77.
Yeah, I remember when this image came around, and I thought it's really kind of cool and pretty below the rings, but above the rings, it just looks like an art project that isn't really working. And so it'd be nice to be able to see that boat brought up, and you're going to have all this soft water, and see if you couldn't make a statement piece with just the listing boat.
Honestly, I kind of felt the same thing when I looked at the star streaks up here coming across it. They didn't fit for the scene because you don't get those when you still have a sunset. Oh, let alone the blue sky with the streaking clouds in the background back there. So that dramatic of a star streak doesn't fit with what I'm seeing, and it's not reflected in the water down here. So to me, it was cohesiveness again. One thing I will point out for people, when you look into the star streak, going up to the top and then coming right on down through, you've got almost a vertical line of like a moire pattern that's messing with it here. And so technical excellence, that would catch me a lot.
Good point. Next image, please.
That is the last of the images that I have in our queue right now.
Okay.
Yep.
So
We take
We're
5
gonna-
while you check to see if.
yeah, I'm gonna put you guys on a break, and I'm gonna check to make sure that there aren't any other images.
I will say Bob had a great point. I do think the base image on this boat is worth playing with.
Thanks, Ricky.
That was Keith. I can't take
Oh,
credit.
no. Thanks, Keith.
That's gonna be my new nickname, Ricky.
Well, if you said it, it must be true.
All right, Thea says that we are done. There are no more images.
Okay.
All right, so thank you everybody for listening in, and judging on this panel for the critiques is now complete. There are still a few more images.